All right, everybody, welcome back to the Michigan Pickleball League. This is our third week, the last of the regular season, Lucas. As I just mentioned, this is Lucas. I'm Alex.
Hey.
Welcome, everybody. All right, so first up, we are going to have the Detroit Vipers versus the Ann Arbor Arctics. Looks like we're going to go, did I hear men's first?
I heard men's first.
All right. What are we looking for today out of these two teams?
Man, I'm looking for Casey and Ian on the Vipers. So Casey's on the Vipers. I heard him actually just talk a couple seconds ago that he's going to take over. So I'm excited to see if he takes over or not. I know he has when I played him last week. And I'm excited to see Ian. I know I played with Ian a lot, and he takes over as well.
Yeah,
So,
both aggressive players.
I think we can come out expecting Ian and Casey, the team captains, to both play super aggressive and assert their dominance on the court.
Yeah, and we've seen that in the past out of Casey, right? I mean, that dominance that he exhibits out on the court, he definitely does a good job of taking over. What I've seen out of other teams going against the Vipers is how do we neutralize Casey?
Yep.
So
Yep,
what
100%.
What are you thinking there for the Ann Arbor Arctics?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of different options. So one option is going behind Casey because he tends to take a lot of court. A lot of teams are like, hey, I'm not going to go in front of him. I'm going to go behind him and to his backhand to see if I can get that ball behind him and kind of neutralize him, not allow him to take as much of the court as you know he can.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Casey. I mean, he's definitely a dominant force out there, but that's not to take away from his partner, Nick, who is a phenomenal player. He's definitely had a presence out there. What do we like about Nick's game?
Yeah, absolutely not. So personally, I hear this all the time. I'm a right side player, so my partner is almost always taking more of the court than me. And that doesn't take away from that right side's game. It's super important. Nick is so consistent. When I first seen him play, I was like, this guy's good. Just from his form alone, right, you can kind of tell how good somebody is by the way they hit the ball. And Nick hits the ball about as good as anybody.
Yeah, he's very consistent. And one of the unique things about Nick, I think that we noticed last week, was the unique shoelace decision to leave them loose.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that as well. Or
No,
if
I
that's,
did, and
okay.
I see it now. Yep.
Yeah, I mean that is some swag if I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Ann Arbor Arctics. We have Mariano and Ian out there, both two studs.
We do.
What do we like about Ian's game?
He tied his shoes. No, just checking. No, so Ian, man, he's quick. So Ian is a really quick player and also very unique. Something about Ian is he has that two-handed backhand. A lot of players, even at the pro scene, I don't see their two-handed backhand quite like Ian's. So if you're in a backhand-to-backhand cross-court dink with him, I'd watch out.
So I say last week, but it was about a month ago. It was the last matchups we had. Ian was actually out. We had a replacement.
Yes.
And do you think there's going to be any issues with Ian in terms of coming back and being right on the top of his game?
No, I don't think so. Ian, I know he's been playing. He practices a lot. He plays tournaments, so it's not like he's new at this. So, nope, I don't think so.
All right, let's talk about his partner, Mariano.
All right, Mariano. Okay, so we've seen him. If you follow the page, the Instagram page, the Facebook, anything, you know Mariano is a highlight reel. He's aggressive, explosive, super powerful. So that's his game.
Yep. He's also a medal winner on the APP Tour.
Yes, yep.
Really solid singles guy.
Yep. So actually, we have 3 medal winners on the APP Tour here in the Michigan Pickleball League. We have Shannon from the Flint Tropics, Mariano in singles on the Arctics, and then Casey on the Vipers.
That's right.
If that doesn't speak to the talent and the skill level of the Michigan Pickleball League, I don't know what does.
All right, so we had up there on the screen just a second ago the Duper predictions. I don't know if we can get that back up there, Lucas, or if you were able to see it, but based on their Duper ratings, where do you think these guys are at? There we go.
So there we go. I don't know if that's quite accurate. So it's 81.5% on the Vipers with a 5.7 average. But over here I see a 5.8 average on the Arctics. So I'm not quite sure if this is the win probability is correct, which we'll have to double check.
Yeah, let's assume that we have like a closer probability than that.
Yes. Well, it looks like, so the numbers on the bottom, the average Duper is correct.
Yeah.
The Ann Arbor Arctics average out at a 5.8 in doubles. And the Vipers average out at a 5.75, which is very high.
Yeah. I think a part of that is Casey's score, right? I mean, he's got a very high score, and then Ian and Mariano have very similar dupers.
Yep.
Okay. So we have our third week that we're about to start here of the regular season. This is going to decide seeding for the playoffs, which is coming up next month. Detroit Vipers are sitting okay. Ann Arbor Arctics are, I think, in second to last, and we'll get those standings up here as the match progresses or at some point before we get started. This is really important for the Arctics because if they lose this, they potentially are at risk of not making the playoffs. I'll have to check the math on that, but between them and the Loons, there's going to have to be some wins today. So what are the thoughts in terms of seeding for the playoffs and how the outlook is kind of shaping out to be for that, given the fact that we have the Arctics who need to win this and the Vipers who kind of just need to stay strong.
So there you see it, right? The Ann Arbor Arctics are 1-2, so it really does matter, right? So they have to come out and get some wins today. Then you see the Vipers 1-2 as well. So it matters for them as well in terms of seeding. And obviously the Lansing Loons, they're at the bottom, need to win. Yeah. So every team today, including the Grand Rapids, Rampage, and the Flint Tropics, have to come out here and play today. No one by any means is coming today saying, hey, this doesn't matter if I win or lose.
Right.
This doesn't matter if I win one and lose one. No, every team today needs to win.
Yeah, and for those of you who are just joining us, we have a special new feature called Jotto.
We do.
And we're going to work through this with you guys, but here's the way it's going to work. This is a first of its kind. It's never been seen before on a live broadcast, Lucas. I'm really excited to present everybody with this opportunity. And here's the way it's going to work. You guys are going to receive a question and a QR code at the bottom, which we can actually see here now. You're going to take your phone, scan the QR code, and you can choose between text, audio, or video. And one of the unique features about this is actually you can record yourself and get shown on the stream, and it's a really unique new thing here. So I hope you guys pick video. You're going to record your answer to the question on the bottom of the screen and then hit submit. Let me back up just a second. Once you guys tap the button, let's go, then you can choose audio, text, or video. So that's when you guys are going to want to hit that video button. Record your answer. The question is, Lucas, go ahead and read that for us.
What's your pickleball special gift?
What would yours be?
I have no idea even what to say for that one.
All right, we're getting started here. Let's play pickle.
Yep, if you guys didn't hear, I know Chris Walker was pretty loud in the background. That's what Michigan Pickleball League brings. In the bottom right, you have a QR code to scan with an option to record or text your thoughts on what's your pickleball special gift.
Just out there by Casey. Good start here by the Arctics. They needed that. 2-0. Good hands there by Ian.
All right. So very dominant by Ian. And you see Casey playing aggressive, exactly what you heard from the start, that he's going to try to take over. He definitely did there.
All right, Vipers have shut down that little momentum there. They had the Arctics had a 3-0 start. Vipers were able to get the ball back, 3-1.
Ooh, great speed up. You see Nick here, he didn't just hit the ball over. All right, he had a purpose. He tried to hit Ian's shoulder, and he was really close.
Was he aiming for that spot?
Absolutely. Right shoulder is a tricky spot for any right-hander.
Big stop there by the Arctics, getting the ball back, 4-2. Great serve. Taking up a lot of court there by Casey, and Mariano puts it away down the middle.
So you've seen Mariano and Ian were both wanting to take that speed up.
Yeah.
They wanted to take that counterattack, I should say.
Whose ball was that?
They were all, I would say Ian. So Ian touched it, and it was his to take. But both of them were there.
All right. You guys just saw the patented Ian loopy serve. Lucas, you and I are going to have to come up with a better name for that.
We do.
Some kind of special Ian serve. That one just pushed a little bit out thanks to the net. All right, we had 3-6 on the paddle of Casey. Bagged him.
He did. So
Good
from
deception.
my angle, it looked like he was going to go for the ATP.
Yeah.
And I think Casey thought that as well. And Ian's like, no, body bag.
Yeah, he held it on the paddle
Yeah.
just long enough. There it is again. You saw that athleticism right there out of Ian. He didn't get the ball back over, but, I mean, the tennis background that he has and just the pure athleticism was on display. 4-7. Great shot.
Wow. Really good deception there. You didn't know where he was going.
To go back down the line on that is,
It's not an easy shot.
no. All right, 8-5, and if this is your guys' first time watching the Michigan Pickleball League, we do rally scoring, which we will talk about here in just a second.
Wow. Deception again. You didn't know where he was going.
Yeah, that's that inside-out deception. 9-5. Loopy serve. Good defense there by the Vipers. All right, Lucas, talk to us about rally scoring after this point, and particularly how it differs from side out.
All right. As soon as this point's over, I'll mention it.
Looked like Casey thought that one was out, but then played it. Let's see if he ends up regretting that decision. Oh, there.
Ooh, he called that one out.
Yeah, I believe that was the right call.
Yes,
on that.
yeah. That one was much closer than the first one, though.
Yeah.
So, rally scoring. If you guys don't know, normally you can only score as the serving team. But in rally scoring, that's not the case. You can score as the serving or returning team. There's a point scored on every rally. So you'll see there, the Vipers missed a shot, and the Arctics actually got a point for that.
Really aggressive serve. Oh.
All right, another example here. The Arctics missed that, although they were serving. The Vipers got the point.
Yep. And we will switch at 11 here, so we'll see who's got the lead.
Yep.
Just
All
out.
right. It's 9-10.
You
What
can
a
see
game.
that Arctics are staying aggressive, though, which I
They
like
are.
to see.
Yep.
I think they need that to take this game.
There. So there's some aggression from Nick.
Yeah, that was a really good point by him.
Great footwork, great form. Not an easy shot.
Especially with untied shoes. All right. 11-10 at the end change, Lucas. Close one.
Very close. End change does matter, though. So me and Sam, when we just played a recent tournament, kept saying to each other, let's play for this end change. Let's not play for 21. Let's play for 11.
Just to keep the focus on the
Yeah,
here and now.
Exactly, that's one.
Yeah.
But two is the mental side of things. It's positive when you're up 11-10 from the switch. It's not negative, which means a lot.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yep. So although it's 10-11, you know, if you lost that end change, in your head you're thinking negative thoughts a lot of times, which a lot of times hurts you.
All right, Lucas, are we going to get the loopy serve again?
I think so.
We are.
You can't even see it in frame. That's Ian's special.
Oh, just out.
All right.
Good point there by Casey. Unforced error there. Point Arctics. Up by 1. Mariano's going to blast this serve. Yep.
Man,
Great
that's not
try.
an easy shot.
No, it's
so
not.
You watched Mariano hit that shot and you're like, it looked easy. 2 things that made it hard. 1, he did it while he was moving, which is unorthodox, but he did it on purpose there to catch Nick. And 2, he made it off pace.
It was kind of one of those hybrid drive drops, right?
Absolutely. He's seen Nick hit a little bit weaker of a return, so he tried to pounce on it, so moved through it, and took some pace off to make sure it's low.
Missed the drive on that one. Let's see if the Vipers can come back here with a point. And they do on the return.
All right. We have a game here.
I think we are tied up. We are. Thank you, Nat. Wasn't kind twice. All right, the Vipers have taken the lead, I think, for the first time this game, or maybe the second. Let's see if they can start capitalizing on the momentum. Mariano's all over that. Good lob. Oh,
Yeah.
Bad lob. I was wrong.
Bad lob.
Yeah, lobbing Mario and Ian have got to be tough. They're both so athletic.
Exactly. People with that tennis background often have good footwork on the overheads and strong overheads.
What a serve.
Wow.
That point felt dictated by the serve.
It was.
From the beginning. Arctics have taken the lead again. That's such a smart shot by Casey.
Simple, right?
Yes. That's the trick. For me, I struggle with not trying to do too much. And it seems like the players that can really do well are those that know not to do too much. All right. 16-15. Somebody's going to have to pull away here. Great drive there by Ian. The loop. Great drive. Good resets. And they put it away.
Hopefully the camera picked up on that, but Ian, deceptive 2 times in a row. That's really hard to defend because you think Ian's going here on a speed up or on a ball out of the air, and he goes a completely different spot.
Yeah.
So hard to read.
Arctics have forced a timeout taken by the Detroit Vipers. What makes it so deceptive? What is he doing?
He holds it, and his paddle face doesn't tell you where the ball's going to go. He makes a decision last second.
Ah.
So you don't necessarily know by the way his paddle looks. You kind of just have to react. Whereas a lot of times, their paddle face tells you exactly where the ball's going to go. If the paddle is looking straight, it's going to go straight. Ian's didn't there. He waited for the last second to change it.
All right, what are the Vipers going to have to do here to turn around the way this game's going?
Yeah, well, okay, 15-18. Another thing, introducing rally scoring, or if you haven't heard of it before, there's a freeze. So with the game being 18-15, it's a tiny lead.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen that in the past with earlier weeks, that the lead that some of these teams get diminished quite quickly with that rally scoring.
Yes.
Took some off on that serve. Nick was sitting on it, just put a little bit too much of maybe a backswing.
Yep.
A little bit too aggressive.
His paddle face opened up, so went out.
There's the loop.
Ooh.
All right. The momentum killer. Viper's going to have to build some here. Good reset. Good controlled point there by Nick.
Yep.
Didn't try and do too much with that.
I'd like to see if the Vipers start to hit the Mariano here, just because he's making a few unforced errors.
You think they've recognized that?
I think so.
Is that going to stay in? Nope, that's out. All right, that's big. They have the freeze now, but they're also on game point.
It's 20-17.
Let's see if the Arctics can take it.
Ooh, all right. So there the freeze tells us that the Arctics are stuck at 20. They can only score on their serve. But the Vipers do actually get a point here. So 18-20.
2-point game. Couldn't really be closer unless it was a 1-point game, right? Or tied. How about that math? Good aggressive dink. Looked like that ball had a bit of an unfriendly hop. It almost seemed to die a little bit. There's that 1-point game.
Oh, it's 2019.
We'll see what Mariano does with the serve on this one. Really deep. Wow, what hands.
Here we have it, 2020. The freeze mattered.
Really impressive point there by Nick. Just the composure that he exhibited was necessary to get that point. He got it. 2020. Got to win by 2. Who's going to take it? Too much out of Ian. Great point.
21-20. Great shots there by Ian. Let's see if they come out firing or he does his loopy.
I have not seen anything other than the loop. Let's see if he switches up. Nope, got the loop. What defense? Casey's fired up after that one. What a smart point by him.
Really smart. And you've seen Casey get fired up. He said, yeah, baby, yeah.
Great hands, Mariano. This is just back and forth.
It is.
Was it the first week where we was it 28-30?
It was 30-28, and the Arctics were part of that.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to do it. The Arctics have taken it. That's going to be huge for them. They absolutely need to win this match as a whole. Getting that first game is so important. Lucas, tell us why.
Well, every game matters, but men's doubles is the first match that they put out there. And we just talked about the mental side of side out, right? Or the side change, I should say, right? That you have positive thoughts after winning that first one. Now the Vipers are like, hey, we lost the first one. We need to win the women's doubles, right? So that's one big reason why it matters. But the seeding also really does matter too. They need to win this. The Arctics, that was a good step in the right direction.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the league as a whole. This is a first of its kind in Michigan. There's nothing else like this. We have the absolute best players around in the area out here competing for a massive cash prize. We're talking thousands of dollars. Lucas, I think we have a new character on the scene out here for the Ann Arbor Arctics. Any insights?
No, I actually don't. So she is new, so she's subbing in for Sarita.
Okay.
I see Sarita here actually coaching them, so I would be interested to know what happened. Why is Sarita out? My guess is injury. Let's
do this. Let's see if we can get team captain Ian over here to speak a couple words with you, and you can ask him his insights on the new player.
Let's do it. All right, so we have Ian on the mic here. A few questions, Ian. First off, congrats on that win. It was a really close one, and I know you missed last week, but your first week you had a close men's battle too. What pulled you guys through in that game? What helped you guys out?
Yeah, I think we were honestly in a good spot most of the match. I think it was towards the end where I made a few tight mistakes and kind of let them get back into it. No discrediting what they did, but Nick came up with a really big counter down match point. Got them back to 20 all. But yeah, I think the first week when we had a really close match helped me kind of get ready for this close one too.
All right. And my second question is, Sarita's out. What happened? And tell us more about Chantel.
Yeah, honestly, I met Chantel at 2, like an hour ago. So Sarita's on sabbatical during the playoffs. So I guess we had to get someone to fill in for her. But I mean, from what I've seen so far, she's a great player. So still feeling pretty confident.
Okay. From what I know about her, now that I see her name, is she's a really high-level tennis player. I'm not quite sure how good, but from everything I've heard is she's one of the top players around in tennis, at least for a while she was. And now she's coming over to pickleball. And the results, 5-1 on Duper, definitely show that she's progressed quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I heard she actually played tennis on the Pro Tour. Don't know the details behind that, but obviously that means you're very good, so yeah. Okay,
so we'll see how the Pro Tour holds up on the pickleball scene. 5-1 Duper. It's already took her a long way. There we go. So that's all the questions I have for you. Good job today. Keep it up. All right, so here on the screen, it's just me. Alex isn't here right now, but we have Sophia Abelson, 5-0 Duper. She's left-handed. If you've seen her play before, you can definitely see that she's strong two-handed backhand. So although she's left-handed, her right side is very strong as well. Her hometown is Berkeley, Michigan. And yeah, there you go. You can see in the warm-ups her two-handed backhand. Great tennis player as well. I know she played high-level tennis. You'll see that from a lot of the players in the Michigan Pickleball League. Here we have Renee Torres. She has a Duper rating of 4.66. which I know is too low for her. She's much better than that. Her dominant hand is right, although she has that two-handed backhand that you see on the warm-ups there. That does make a difference, and she's out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Guys, I know they're just warming up. You're like, let me turn off the TV, they're just warming up, or let me go grab something, but the amount you can learn from a warm-up is huge. When I first started to get better, I watched people warm up. The pros, here you watch the Michigan Pickleball pros. All right, we got Duper predictions here. Although I don't know the win probability is correct, let's look at the average Duper on the bottom. The Ann Arbor Arctics have 4.89 as their average, whereas the Vipers have a 5.2 average Duper. You have Chantel and Renee for the Arctics. Very strong team. I'd like to see how they perform. And then obviously you have Jess and Sophia. If I didn't introduce Jess, wow, she's a great player. She's partnered a lot up with Casey. You know Casey's a strong player, and Jess is right there with them as a mixed partner, one of the best you can see. I actually had to play against her last week, or the Tropics played against her last week, and she definitely was a threat out there.
All right, Lucas, I'm back.
All right.
How'd it go with Ian?
Really good. So he let us know that Chantel was a former tennis player that actually played on the tour, the Pro Tour.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't know where that stands. I don't either, but we do know she's a very good tennis player and pickleball player.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
And Sarita, I forgot to ask what happened, but she's right here coaching them up on the sideline.
All right. So we've already talked about the Duper predictions here, but let's talk about the Lucas predictions.
All right.
What are we thinking on this one?
I like that. So my prediction, I think the Vipers are going to take it. I know them. I've played against them and watched them. So, or my team played against them, and I watched them from the sideline. So I know they're a really strong team. And the Ann Arbor Arctics, Ian's mentioned that they're a new partnership, and Ian he hasn't met her or seen her until 2 hours ago. So my prediction is the Vipers are going to take it 21-17.
All right, we are getting started here in the women's doubles match. The Vipers definitely need this to turn the momentum around.
They do. Let's
All right.
reset the score here.
Yep.
1 second.
Let's play pickle.
Wow, they came out firing. We're getting the score here for you guys. It's 1-0. Just give us a second. The Ann Arbor Arctics came out firing. Ooh, great court coverage from Jess there. Look at her cover the middle in this highlight. Nice.
Wow. All right. Just out.
Just out, hit the net and bounced up. It's always hard to tell with those net courts where they're going to go.
Looks
Just
like,
out.
yeah, smart shot on that one. She just kind of
Yeah.
pushed it out just a little bit. All right, Lucas, we've asked this question before, but I think that while we have them out there, it's a good time to talk about the differences between the men's doubles and women's doubles in terms of the game style.
Yep. So I said this previously. Let's say it again. The girls definitely, you watch on the pro level, the highest level, they come out firing. So they might be a step off the line, but by no means does that say they're not aggressive.
Right.
Let's wait for this point to finish. Okay, so yeah, you'll see in the women's doubles that they're much more aggressive. They don't dink quite as much as you would think. They speed up a lot. Their hands are so fast. Whereas the men's dink a lot more often than you would think. You'll see those 50-shot rallies or 150-shot rallies a lot of times in the men's doubles. But the more entertaining points a lot of times are in the women's doubles.
We're back and forth here with points for the most part, but Vipers do have a 3-point lead. Let's see if the Arctics get the ball back and make it 2, and they do. All right, here we go.
Okay.
2-point difference.
Sophia's not happy about that one. She hit a ball that was going to go flying out. Sometimes it's just hard to react.
Great return. It's always amazing to me how much the serve and return, even in doubles, can dictate what happens in the point.
Yeah.
It's all over that tennis background there.
That was a great overhead. Let's watch this on the replay. Oh, they gave us another replay, but that was
good down the middle on that one. Just out.
Just out. Good drive. Really, really low.
Making a comeback here.
It is 6-7. Who's going to win?
Good drive. Maintaining a 2-point lead are the Vipers. Looks like team captain Ian has called a timeout and wants to confer with his women's doubles team out there. What do you think they're talking about?
I'm not exactly sure. Really, I think it came down to just unforced errors. You've seen Renee make a few more misses than she normally has in the past weeks, which I do think is a difference maker. It's only 8-6, so it's really early. Oh, if you guys, I don't know if you could see it, but a group just walked in with some signs. They're holding them up, cheering people on.
Let's go. This
Let's
is what
see.
makes...
okay, there you can see in the top right the signs. We have supporters for Renee. So Renee has it. You watched her last week. She is an amazing player. There's no doubt that she's going to pick it up now.
I think she just saw the sign. She gave a little chuckle there.
Yep.
How awesome is that to have support in the crowd?
Great. That's Michigan Pickleball League, and that's what comes from all these positive and great players.
Yeah.
Supporters.
Absolutely. All right, 8-6. See if the Vipers can build on that.
There you got a pretty long dink rally. I was waiting for somebody to hit it.
9-6. A little too feisty there by Renee. Looks like well, I guess we'll see if the Vipers can keep the lead at the end change on this. Great hands there up the middle by Renee. 10-7, Lucas. Can they come back?
It's anyone's game. Ooh, hits the net and goes out.
I like the aggressiveness, though. I think that it just as they had done in the men's doubles, I think aggressiveness in the women's doubles is going to be key for the Arctics.
Yes, I agree. Now, another thing, put those signs up. Get Renee going. Cheer her on. All right? You need to see those signs.
It's always hard in that first match to establish the energy, right?
It is.
Yeah. So coming up next, again, for those of you who haven't seen this yet, we do men's doubles, women's doubles, or women's doubles, men's doubles, and then we go right into mixed. So if the Arctics are able to take this, they are going to go into mixed with a 2-0 lead, and if they get that third one, they're going to win the match. If the Vipers take it, then we're going to have 1-1. And it's going to depend on that very last game to see who wins. Or a single showdown, which we'll get to here in a little bit. We'll talk about that. All right, 11-7. Good drop there.
Yep. Great drop.
12-7. This is the biggest lead that they've had so far. I think that's 2 now in her forehand that she's put into the net. Do you see anything technically?
No, it looks good.
A skipping ball there thanks to this spin.
Yep. So 14-7. It's Riley scoring, right? So it's anyone's game.
They can still turn this around pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
I am curious, Lucas, to get your thoughts on that's 15, so this kind of makes my question a little bit more relevant. When are we going to see the second time out, if at all?
Let's see.
Wow, great defense.
Yep. I don't think another timeout will come. I think you just have to let the Arctics play. Let them get their groove. Let them find it.
Jess was saying sorry, I think, before the ball even hit her.
Yeah, she did.
It's good manners. Great shot. Good penetrating drive on that. All right, 16-8, Lucas. We need to see the Arctics put up some momentum and some points. Stayed aggressive. I don't hate that.
Yep. All right, 17-8.
You can tell Renee has a very athletic background when she drives the ball.
Yep.
Oh, come on,
just
net.
short. So I think the only thing that's happening right now is they're trying to be too perfect.
Yeah.
Right? They're trying to go on their fourth shot an inch over the net when you could go 3 and get the same exact thing.
How do you break out of that mentally as a player when you're in that rut of trying to do things too perfectly or being hesitant and overthinking?
Yeah, well, I don't see her hesitating or overthinking. I think it's simply trying to be too perfect.
Okay.
Right? So what I would say is don't try to go an inch over the net. Try to go 4. Right? Because the opponents will start to miss too.
Yep.
You know, sometimes I went through this when I was playing people that were very good players. They would find a groove and start to win. And mentally, I was like, these guys can't miss. They're not missing, but they do. So I think Renee and Chantel just to say, hey, we're better players than these guys. Let's play our game, and we'll win this game.
Let's see if they can turn it around here.
Let's see if they can.
They will get the freeze, but this is a very big deficit.
Okay, so there's exactly what I said. So she went 4 inches over the net instead of 1.
Yep.
And they missed. Their opponents missed.
Outworked. Got a point out of it. Good drive. Another good drive. All right, Lucas, they've put 2 together here. Can they keep it going?
Let's see.
Wow. You can see the tennis racket in her hands when she's putting that the old tui together there.
Who can?
Oh, just out. All right, they had a decent little run there.
Oh, and it rolled over the net.
Finally a friendly net.
Friendly net court there definitely helps.
Just out on that. All right, they've cut the lead down to 6. All right, we got to freeze Lucas. 2013. Just pushed it out. Not a bad showing momentum-wise. They kind of came back there and put some points together in terms of the Arctics.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just came to unforced errors. But that takes it to 1-1. The women's doubles took 1. And in the men's doubles, they took 1 too. So let's see who they throw out. Super interested to see who the Vipers put out there for mixed. And the Arctics picked out there for mixed.
The Vipers look really good for their women's doubles out there. I mean, I don't think I saw too many unforced errors. They were very solid up the middle, and having that lefty helps. So, yeah, I think that's going to be really good going into mix. All right, guys, let's go back to our new feature here. This is the Jado, or Joto.
Jocko.
What is it?
You would know better than me.
I think it's Jato.
Okay.
This is the QR code down on the right-hand side of your screen. Again, the question is, what's your pickleball special gift? Guys, scan that QR code, click on Let's Go, click on video, record yourselves answering that questions, and we'll see how that gets on the stream.
Yeah.
Pretty cool feature.
It will be fun.
All right, I'm going to talk about my pickleball special gift. Are you ready?
Do it? Yeah, I'm ready.
My pickleball special gift is trash talking.
Trash talking?
I am a 6.0 trash talker, a 3.0 pickleball player.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
So what does that make you? Does that trash talk add anything to your skills?
It
So you're
does.
3-0. Are you 3-5 now?
Yeah, basically. So you cut the baby in half. I'm maybe like a 3-5 to 4-0 player because of my trash talking.
Okay.
So that is
like
my
it.
pickleball special gift. Let's hear
All
you guys
right.
out there. Tell us about yours. Give us a video. Scan the QR code, and let's make this thing happen.
Let's do it.
What a cool feature, by the way. I mean,
awesome,
being able
yeah.
to get on video like that.
Yeah, I want to see who's going to be our first person to show us their trash talk. No.
Oh, yeah.
What their special gift is.
I can make people cry, Lucas. If I really put my heart into
Good
it.
thing I
yeah.
haven't been out there in a
I can
tournament.
break you down. I can make you rethink your life.
What's your signature saying? Do you have a certain phrase or word that you say after you score?
I typically like to start off the match by whoever made the first mistake. I like to kind of point them out and say, "That's our guy right there. We found our man, found the weak spot, the breaking point," and then it typically comes back and bites me in the butt a little bit because that person ends up like body bagging me or something crazy like that, right? So
going all out.
Yeah, exactly.
Gets the emotions going.
Yeah.
Okay, so you recommend. So if you're Ian over there,
Yeah.
and his special gift is trash talk, whoever on the other side misses first, say that's our guy.
That's our guy. Keep going there.
All right.
Found the spot. Something
Nice.
something along those lines. I mean,
Okay,
people talk
that's
about
your
Matt
special.
Wright being a trash talker.
Yeah.
I can tell you this: I've probably been in court more than Matt Wright, and I can break you down.
All right.
All right, so we have mixed doubles coming up. Looks like we have Ian and Renee versus Casey and Jessica.
Yeah, we do. So Casey and Jessica against Ian and Renee. Man, these are two captains on the court. We have Ian, captain for the Arctics, Casey, captain for the Vipers. Here
Let's
we
go.
have Casey Cullen's profile. He's a 6.3 Duper rating, 4 doubles. Man, that's high. I think that's our highest here in the Michigan Pickleball League.
Yeah.
I think it's the highest person in Michigan by far. Now we have the dominant hand. He's right-handed. But there you see in the warm-ups, he has a two-handed backhand. Hometown, Royal Oak, Michigan for the Detroit Vipers. Ian Yee, the other captain for the Ann Arbor Arctics. He has a Duper rating of 6.099.
Yeah.
If it's not the second highest in Michigan, it's one of the highest in Michigan, no doubt.
Let me just cheese on Ian here for a minute. I mean, you want to talk about athleticism? Come watch this young man's game. I mean, he is something else out there. His drives, he has the whole tennis slide thing going on, that loopy serve, which we still need to find a name for. He's just really an enjoyable player to watch.
Yes. Let's not forget Jess here. So Duper rating of 5.3. We've seen in women's doubles there. Now we're going to see her in mixed. What is she going to do on the right side?
She's, you know what is really key about her game is the consistency. She seems very solid, very confident out there, very smart pickleball points.
I agree. You know, there's some people where you play with them. I have a few people that come to mind, and you mention them as smart pickleball players.
Yeah.
You know, you go onto the court, and you can just tell, man, these are smart players. Jess is one of them.
Yep.
We have Renee here, 4.6 Duper. I think that's too low for her skill level. Dominant right hand in Ann Arbor from the Ann Arbor Arctics. We'll see if she can pull it together here in mixed doubles. It wasn't her best game there in women's doubles, but we've seen her talent. We've seen her skill level last week and the week before. There's no doubt that she can play in this game. Okay, we got the Duper predictions. Did you want to help us out with these?
You know, every single time that I see a big discrepancy in the prediction, or I guess in the Duper score, I tend to think that it's a little bit overstated. But at the same time, Duper knows what they're doing. They have a good algorithm. I think that you know, it's a very, very good service that they provide to the overall pickleball community. So it's hard for me to second guess it. At the same time, a lot of this is going to depend on momentum. Right now, the Vipers have the momentum, but at the same time, the Arctics know what they need to do to keep in the playoff race. I'm going to go Arctics on this.
You're going to go Arctics?
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm going to go upset.
I like it.
What do you think?
I'm going to go the Vipers just because Casey is a very dominant mixed player. He takes 90% when he feels like he wants 90%.
I love the picture, by the way, of
60%.
Casey there. Did
I
you
know,
see
that's
that?
hilarious.
Pointing at the Vipers. That's
I
the most
wonder who
Casey
chose that
picture
one.
I've ever seen.
Yeah. So no, I think the Vipers have a good shot in this one. We've seen them play multiple times throughout the weeks, and he showed up and mixed.
Yeah, for sure he has.
Not to discredit Ian. Ian's an amazing mixed player. Everybody who knows Ian knows that. And the women on both sides, everybody knows them, knows they're great mixed players as well.
We have 4 supreme athletes out there on the court, guys. This is going to be very exciting to watch. We're going to see a lot of good points, good drives, good defense. I'm excited for this one, Lucas.
I am too.
All right, we are all tied 1-1. We got our first mixed doubles match. Here we go.
Loop. 0-0. Here we go. Let's play pickle.
Ooh, just out. So something unique. You see Ian actually on the right side.
No stack on that.
No stack. He's not on the left side. Oh, great defense. Ian with an amazing ATP. The Viper said no, no, no.
It's
Wasn't
always
that great?
something when the ATP is defended, isn't it? It's like,
Oh,
wait, that shouldn't happen. Another ATP defense. See if they can get the point out of it. They do.
Wow, we got 4 athletes on this court.
Was
We
that
weren't
an
wrong,
ATP
Alex.
defense and then an Ernie to finish?
1 ATP, 1 Ernie. These are athletes.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Right after a great point, you just have an easy unforced errors. I'm sure he'll take that one again.
That always seems to happen, right?
It always
It's
happens.
Like that.
You can't say hot
you
for so long.
You overthink it just a little bit. Oh, great return. Good hands.
Oh. So there you see it, just a 1 inch, you know, trying to really be perfect. It's not working out for her now. We'll see if she can get it going. Great return. Just out. Casey going for a little bit too much there. Ian seeing it out.
Yeah, good look there by Ian. The loop.
The loop.
Is that what we're going to call it, Lucas?
I think so.
The loop with a capital L. Thank you, Net. Get back to the kitchen. Oh, good spot there by Jessica.
Timeout.
Yeah,
Ian called.
We had our first time out there. It looked like Renee had looked at Ian and suggested the timeout. I think maybe she needed a minute to recoup. I saw 4 points going to kind of the same spot of the net there by her. Anything that you see that she needs to switch up?
I think it's just trying to be perfect. She needs to be confident in herself. She has more than enough talent and skill to make that ball over the net and win these points. So the score is 7-2. It's still really early in the match. Ian's a very supportive partner, so you see Ian over there saying, you got it, you're good, it's totally fine. And Renee needs to take that and go with it. Say, I trust myself, I trust my partner, let's win this game.
Yeah, I mean, the racket sport experience between the two of them, they've been in this spot before. They know what they need to do to come back.
Yeah, they trust each other.
And on the other side for the Vipers, Casey has also been in this spot before. He knows what he needs to do to keep the pedal to the metal to get the win.
Yeah, Casey and Jess both have that experience as well.
Good serve there by Casey.
Ooh, hit the net, 7-3.
All right. That timeout is working, Lucas.
It is.
Poach. Oh, great defense.
Wow.
What
Ian
hands.
with the poach. I like that poach from Ian, right?
That's a good move.
Yeah, 100%.
What's the trick to reading that poach, by the way, after this point?
Ooh, we got that back.
All right, we have ourselves a 4-point game, Lucas. Go back to the poach.
Yeah, so the trick to reading the poach is really just tendencies. What does Ian normally do?
Great serve. Great defense. Drive. Yeah, that ball's not
great
coming
angle.
back.
Yep. So something that's not talked about enough is common tendencies in players. If you know Ian, you know he likes to poach, and he poaches well. So if you know he does that, you're keeping an eye for it. Really helps you recognize when he does it.
Oh, just out. All right. 10-4. Are they going to take it 11-4 on the switch? It's going to be a pretty big lead if it does happen. It does, 11-4 on the switch. Lucas, what do the Arctics need to do to turn things around here?
Strategically, I don't think anything was wrong. They did a good job isolating Renee over there, which is a strategy that I don't blame the Vipers for. But Renee needs to fight back. Give it to him, all right? I would say the RJs can do the same thing. Casey's taking too much court. They're letting him have too much court. Go behind him, right? I watched Casey there go at least 90% over, more than 2 times. You got to take him back to where he belongs, back to the side of his court. What are your thoughts? What do you see?
You know, I think that they need to control the kitchen line just a little bit more.
Yeah.
It seems like they're on defense, or they're defensive in a lot of these points.
Yep.
And they're good at it, but I'd like to see them be a little bit more aggressive. Great return. Get up there. Oh my. What an angle, Lucas. Can they get the point?
Let's see.
Oh my gosh. If only you guys could see the breath that I was holding and let out there at the end. What an unbelievable hands battle.
That was great.
And that's pickleball, right?
That
the
is.
very next point is about it as
We talked about it
anticlimactic.
earlier.
Yeah.
Great point, and then the easy one next. It happens.
All right. Looks like everybody just needs to take a breath after that last one. 13-5 on the paddle of Casey. Good serve. Interesting move there.
Just out. Very, very close.
A little bit too inside outy on that one. There's the loop. I don't know if I like the loop, Lucas. I mean, they need to come up with something else. Great try.
We'll have to ask Ian.
Yeah,
Ian
if he has a name for it.
Yeah, Ian deserves a spot in creating his name.
Yeah, that's true. Good spot on that.
Yep.
Looks like the crowd is building a little bit, Lucas. Great dink. Good defense. Great reset. Oh, Ian. Good slide over there.
That was great.
All right, guys, we have our second Jado question coming up here with the QR code. Get your phones ready, everybody. Scan that QR code, and here is the question after this point. All right, Lucas, read it for us.
All right. Tell us you love pickleball without telling us you love pickleball. Send the videos over. We want to see them.
I love it.
All right, Mom, if you're watching, I want to see it. Any of my mom's friends, send them over. We want to see us. Tell us why you love, tell us you love pickleball without telling us you love pickleball. We want to see the outfits. We want to see the dance moves. We want to see it.
Let's go. Click the video, scan the QR code, click let's go, click on video, show us what you guys got.
You'll be on the stream.
That's right. One of a kind here. First ever of the Jado QR code. All right, let me think about this. Tell us you love pickleball without telling us you love pickleball. I'm going to go with I wear my pickleball shoes out in public. I'll sometimes grocery shop in my Babolat's.
All right. Breaking them in.
Just in case I need a split step in front of the cereal section. You never know.
Here, I'll tell you mine. I went to the airport the other day, and I was there with Sam, and the people around me probably knew I was playing pickleball. I was just waiting around swinging, doing backhand flicks with my hand.
Shadow swings in the security line. Let's go.
I was doing shadow swings. I was locked in until practicing that backhand flick at the airport.
That's awesome. I think we have 10-14, everybody. Great drive. Oh, my. Oh,
wow.
Lucas, the angle Casey put on that
Yeah.
was only bettered by the return that Ian had.
Insane. Ian's turning it up a notch.
Yeah, he is for sure.
And out.
Out.
Something I want you guys to look at is Ian's going to hit the serve. Right after he hits that serve, look where he goes to. He's trying to take over.
I think he needs to do that. Yeah. A lot of core coverage. Great shot, Renee. Wow. Lucas,
They got to come back.
They have climbed back. They have clawed their way. It is a 1-point game, everybody.
And look where Ian's starting. He's starting.
Yep, taking over. Oh.
Wow, great point. I think this is good for the Arctics. They
Yeah.
changed something.
It definitely felt different those last few points.
Yeah, the momentum's changed for sure.
Good hands there by Renee. Casey was just a little bit quicker.
Oh, it was very close. I don't know.
We got a replay on that one?
Well,
That was a close one. 16-13.
yes.
Oh. Lot of spin on
I
that.
didn't mean to cheer because I was rooting against the Vipers. I cheer because I want to come back.
Oh, yeah. Who doesn't, though, right? 2-point game. Big loopy serve. Great return. All right, back to a 3-point game. I think the Arctics are doing well when they can establish that kitchen line, get up there,
Yes.
be strong on the dinks. Yep. Had the line, got the point. Back to 2-point game.
All right, we have a game.
Let's see if Renee and Ian can put together some momentum. Make this a tie one. Great reset.
Oh, so close.
All right, we have a timeout here, and looks like we have ourselves a Jotto response. Let's take a look. Tell us you love pickleball.
All right.
Telling us you love pickleball. All
Let's
right.
see the response.
I wear a necklace with a pickleball paddle and a ball design. You know what's so funny is I myself have seen those before. I almost bought one. The only reason why I didn't was because I did not have enough cash on me. But if I did, it would be around my neck as we speak. Can we get a picture or a video, whoever sent in this response? I'd love to see it. I don't think there's enough apparel or jewelry out there to really establish the whole pickleball look, because it is its own unique thing, and I like it. I'm here for it.
I like it too.
All right, let's go. We are at I think we're at 18-15, Lucas. Maybe at 19-15. Let's see. 18-15. Good hands there. ATP defense. Great point all
Amazing
around by
point.
everybody. Wow, Renee
The
looked
crowd's
really
loving
solid
it
on
too.
that.
These are
They're
exciting.
they're getting into
high-level
it.
points.
All right, guys, if you're doing the Jotto, send us a video. Get your face out there. Show us what you got. Great drive. Just too much on that one. Points away for the Vipers. There's one.
All right. We have the freeze. See if the freeze matters.
We do. We need to get a side out here for the Arctics. There it is, Lucas.
17-20.
Not only a side out, but also a point to bring it to 3 points difference. Really good shot there by Casey. And for those of you at home, there's the freeze in action. No point given, but a side out. And that's going to do it. A really strong backhand drive there by Casey is enough to take that game, the first of the mixed doubles, and the Vipers are going to go up 2-1 in the match. Lucas, if the Arctics can come back and win this last mixed doubles match, we're going to have a singles showdown. I'm very excited for that. Let's go to a commercial.
Let's do
We'll
it.
be right back.
What's your duper?
All right, and we're back. Duper predictions here. Guys, watch these warm-ups. They matter. Tell you guys again, when I was first starting, a couple months in, at around like 3.5, 4.0 level, I watched some of the best players around me play in warm-ups, and I just watched how they hit a dink over. And I learned a lot from that. It's interesting how people warm up.
No, it really is. I mean, I think what you can see through a warm-up is consistency in the shots, just how people get ready mentally also for a game, and what's important in terms of what do you need to hit before the game starts. Like, I remember when I first started, I was like, I don't even know how to warm up for pickleball. I'm out there like just doing all drives or all serves or whatever, and it's just not it's just not the most important thing. So
No, 100% agree. I tell my students or people I coach all the time, have a warm-up routine and a good one. Let me help you with a good warm-up routine. 2, copy people or higher level people, fake it until you make it, right?
Yep.
And their warm-up routines. And also, I think form is the easiest thing to look at it when people warm up. You know, look at how they hit their two-handed backhand. Look at their feet. Look at their paddle face angle. You can learn so much by these things, especially if you're not taking the fanciest shots to hit and trying to replicate it, but taking the easiest shots to hit, like a dink.
That's right.
A normal dink. And saying, how can I do that?
Let's take a look at these duper predictions here, Lucas.
Yeah.
Looks like the percentage may be a little bit off.
It is off, yeah.
But you know what? I'm going to go with the Vipers on this. I'm going to go with that they're going to finish it out. They're going to go up 3-1, and they're going to take this one. What do you think?
Nope, I think the Arctics. So
right.
we're fighting against each other here. I think the Arctics, Mariano is so explosive. And mix, that's important. And Chantal, I've seen her play earlier here, and
She looked really good.
That two-handed backhand is great.
Yeah.
I think in mixed, it's a make or break, right? She can sit on the right side, two-handed backhand counterattacks, two-handed backhand drives. Really, I think that will be a weapon and change the outcome of this game. So you're going for the Vipers. I'm going for the Arctics. We'll see who wins this one.
I think Nick and Sophia have a good thing going. They've looked really good this year. I think they're going to take it. You've got Mariano and Chantal.
Yep. Both great teams.
All right, we got the serve starting on Chantal's paddle. Let's go, everybody. Let's play pickle. See if we can get us to a single showdown. Push that one out.
All right, and it's 1-0 for the Arctics.
Great drive. Is that coming to me? Nope.
So you see the Arctics coming out firing. Exactly what you would expect from this team.
I just saw Casey put his hands out and kind of do the calm down gesture. He should take credit for that one.
He should.
the unforced error. But it was all coaching. 1-2. Great drop. Oh my.
Wow.
I'm
Good get
so
by
impressed that Sophia got to that.
Yeah, that was really quick.
He's gonna go for it. Yep. Good serve.
Wow.
There's that aggression, Lucas.
That was explosive. Watch on the video how quick this was.
The most amazing thing to me is how much court he can cover without really taking any steps. He just kind of floats out there. Good point all around by everybody on that. All right, 3-point game here.
Good lead.
Really good leave. I am hitting that all day, Lucas.
Yeah, especially against Mariano. He has a lot of topspin. I went through it myself because I let him go and then they go in.
It's so hard to read that. Wow, what an angle.
Oh!
Unbelievable. Looked like a gazelle leaping over the kitchen line.
That was a no-look Ernie. That was insane.
It fooled me. All right, 2-point game here. Good return. Good spot there by Nick.
Yeah, great shot by Nick.
Oh, she got it back over. Good hands all around for the most part. I think that was out. It was.
It was.
Yeah.
You see Mariano try to take a lot again.
Seemed like the right move. Just kind of pushed it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's risky, but it's his game.
All right. Ball back and the point. 8-6. Let's see if they can put something together here and get an end change with the lead. No way. If he had gotten that back over, I think Mariano literally hit that past those signs, the little makeshift wall there. All right, 1 point game. Wow. Really smart shot there by Chantel.
All right, 9-7. We'll see who can get the end change first.
2 points away.
The win was in.
Great drive. I don't think did that even clip the net? Was that a clean?
I think it did.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something interesting. I actually think Mariano hits better shots while he's moving.
You know what's so funny is I think you're right, because it's been like 4 or 5 of those clean winners while he's on the move.
Makes it difficult.
It's just that athleticism, right?
It's true.
The singles game coming out. Good shot by Sophia.
Yeah.
Coming off the pedal of a lefty, too. That's got to be hard to read. Had the ball she wanted. Just barely into the net. 10-10. Could be anybody's end change. It's going to be the Arctics. They've taken the lead 11-10
Yep.
on the end change.
11-10, anybody's game.
I don't want to jinx anything, Lucas, but I sort of picked the Vipers just because I really want to see the coveted singles showdown, and things are trending in that direction, but
yeah. Okay, well, let's talk about the single showdown. You wanted it.
Yep.
Let's talk it into happening.
We'll manifest it into existence. Here we go,
Let's do
everybody.
it even though I want to be right. Let's see. Who do you think would win the single showdown?
We just had an updated Duper prediction there, and they had, I believe they had the Arctics taking it.
Okay.
So I think I'm gonna go with that theme and say the Arctics would take the singles showdown as well.
I mean, let's see. Ian, one of the best singles players you know. Mariano, one of the best singles players in Michigan, period, if not the best.
I was gonna say I'm gonna say one of the best in the country.
great.
I mean, Mariano is just unbelievable.
This is great.
Great serve. Ooh. Is he going for ATP on that?
Initially, that's what his brain wanted to do, and then he's seen it wasn't there, so he just tried to speed it up.
One-point game still. 12-11. Just out on the serve. I really like Chantel's energy. She seems very positive. Kind of always knows what to say and when to say it to her partner. Good reset there by Sophia. Again. Oh, what a point.
Yep. I mean,
Really good
hit the
control.
net, rolled over. She tried her best, but that's almost impossible shot to get,
Yeah.
especially consistently. Can't blame her.
Nick was all over that.
Ooh, he wants that one again.
Yeah.
He read it, missed, but it's a good miss. Good miss in my books.
Let them know that he has that shot.
Absolutely.
Makes them maybe have an unforced error here in the future.
Ooh.
Just came up a little bit on that drive. All right, I think the Vipers had the lead for the very first time this game, Lucas, and maybe the second time. But the momentum is definitely shifting. All right. Mariano may have heard me and said, I don't think so. Let me bring that momentum right back here on my paddle. Let's see if the Arctics can put together a few points here. Did that go in?
If I'm,
I think that fell in.
so you mentioned that you wanted the Vipers to win.
I
If
thought they would
won-
win. I didn't say I wanted them to.
Or you didn't want, you thought they
Because
would win.
everybody knows at
If-
home what I want. I want to see a single showdown.
But I think it's opposite. If they win, it does not go to a single showdown. I believe the Arctics are down 1-2 right
They
now.
are, yes.
So if the Arctics win, it's a single showdown.
That's right. So I predicted the Vipers were going to
Okay,
win, but
okay,
I don't
so-
want them to.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Yeah. Good spot for that.
Wow.
Really smart pickle on that.
Man,
Kept them deep.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't go for anything extra. They simply said, we're at an advantage here at the net. They're at a disadvantage. Basic pickleball, right? Keep them back.
16-15, got a 1-point lead. Great shot by Nick. Tie game, 16-16. All right. Another 1-point lead here by the Arctics. All right, we got some more background here for Chantel's tennis acumen, and we'll talk about it here right after this point. Ooh, just got underneath that. 17-17 tie game.
Wow. And
What a
look at Nick's
read.
celebration. I love that. Let's watch it.
Bringing the energy. Almost came out of his
That's
untied
great.
shoes.
That's great.
Love it. What a shot. Unreal. That's coming back. Nope, just out. Not too many people could even put a paddle on that. All right, you guys are about to see
18.
Chantel serve, and her tennis background is no joke, everybody. She won the juniors in Australia for tennis. She is a real athlete, everybody. And just as I say that, she puts one into the net. I apologize for the, what do they call it, the commentator's curse?
It's all right. It's 19-18. Anybody's game.
See if they can get the ball back.
Just wide, they
Ooh.
called it. Very close one, but they've seen it out. No argue
Oh,
from the
man,
Arctics.
we are 2 points away from that single showdown. Good shot.
Wow.
Unbelievable. That ball fell in. Nick
My-
raced back.
If he would have got that, that would have been a highlight.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know if that was even on the stream, but he did a tweener, and that was not an easy one either. Wow, what a reset. Good hands.
Wow, 20.
Lucas, they have tied it.
I'm nervous for them.
I'm checking my watch to see my heart rate, and it's jacked right now because we are so close to a single showdown.
When they were dinking when it was 2018, I was so nervous for them.
Reset. What a point by Chantel on that.
Super athletic.
And Mariano. No offense, Mariano, but it was all around good by everybody. Push it deep.
And we got a single showdown.
Unbelievable. Lucas, we've celebrated this before, and we were unfortunately wrong. I think we're right this time.
We're right this time.
And
It's going to
so
single
excited.
showdown. I'm excited to see this too. Guys, after most of those points in that match, there was a celebration. There's emotions behind all these matches and all these games. There's going to be emotions in the single showdown.
What do we think the order is going to be?
I have no idea. Last time, I had no idea. When I was involved in the single showdown on the Flint Tropics, they kind of just threw me in there. So, not quite sure what they're going to do. What I do know is the Vipers are staring the Arctics down, and they're creating a plan.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to go. Casey's got to be going first for the Vipers, right? I think that's going to be. That's going to be a pretty much no-brainer. And then I'm going to. It's hard to say between Mariano and Ian who's going to go first, but my guess would be Ian may go captain versus captain.
I think so. But the important question is who puts the lineup out first?
Yeah,
whoever puts the lineup out first, the other team gets to put their lineup based off of that. So I'm excited to see whoever puts their lineup first, and that will tell us what the other team will do.
So this is not the Vipers' first single showdown. We had our very first ever Michigan Pickleball League single showdown last week. Not last week, but the last week of the Michigan Pickleball League, week 2, against the Flint Tropics. Flint Tropics came out on top on that one, right?
It's true.
And I think what we saw there was something that we may not get here, but was very interesting, which was a male versus female matchup in singles. Not something that you see every day. Yeah, there were 2. I don't think we're going to get that here, but that was very interesting to watch. My guess would be we're going to have a pretty straightforward. I'm going to go Casey versus Ian, Nick versus Mariano. Let's see, Jess versus Renee, and then Chantal versus Sophia.
Okay.
That'd be my guess. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go back to this Jotto, everybody. We want to see your videos. Scan the QR code. Answer the question. Tell us you love pickleball without telling us you love pickleball. Lucas, did you answer this one yet? I did.
I gave my airport story.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. I do remember that. I feel like I have a lot of those, too. Another one that I have is I randomly will have a pickleball just like in a cup holder in my vehicle.
Okay.
All the time.
Yeah.
I'll be going to work or, wherever, and a pickleball will be rolling around the floor of my car in a cup holder. And
I'll tell you another one on the same kind of topic there.
What do you got?
If you go over to my house, you'll know I play pickleball because my dog will be running around.
With a pickleball?
Yeah, super excited. She finds one that fell out of my bag. Or she went into my room. She knows there's pickleballs in there. So both of my dogs love pickleballs.
She knows where the goods are.
She
That's
knows
so
where
funny.
they are. Yeah, so I'll walk into the house. First thing I see is my dog like bouncing up and down with a pickleball in her mouth. And then I have to yell at her because pickleball is plastic and I don't want her chewing on it.
Yeah, that is true. My dog kind of does the same thing. He'll put a couple teeth holes in it and it all gets scraped up. But
yeah, I'm like, man, that's $3.
Right?
$3 a ball. It's expensive balls.
All right, so let's talk about singles just philosophy-wise. How does it differ from doubles? Like, what's the biggest differentiator?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a different game. A lot of you, pretty much all of you have played pickleball before, and I guarantee it's doubles. It might be singles. If you've played singles, you have to cover the whole court. So it's a lot of baseline to baseline ground strokes and passing shots. So You know, it's not a lot of dinking, cat and mouse, especially at lower levels. If you play 3-0, 4-0, 4-5, those.
Did you just say 4-5 in terms of a
Well,
lower
lower
level?
than this.
How dare you?
You know, lower than pro, we'll say. Those are high levels for sure. But pro levels, you get some more cat and mouse. At like 3-0, 3-5, you get a lot less cat and mouse. It's just passing shots.
Yeah, we have a PPA tour going on right now as well. And Lucas, I do want to talk about you yourself in terms of the PPA. Before we get into that, though, we heard some comments by Fed Stackstreet about the ball they were using, or maybe not necessarily about the ball they were using, but I do feel like that was a contributing factor towards his comments. But his comments were with respect to the singles game, it becoming less cat and mouse and more like tennis. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's happening because it's so, if you go up there and you're at the kitchen line, you have the full court to cover, you know, the kitchen line to cover, and it's getting really easy to pass. So with the new paddles and the ball is going so fast and you're able to add so much spin, it's really easy to pass somebody up at the kitchen line. So that leads people to stay back.
What's the fix?
Does
it change the paddles? Does it change the
Well,
ball?
You'll see the strategy already change. You're not going as sharp of angles, wide on the returns, because it's not as easy to pass. But outside of strategy, simply, I don't know if it will change. I don't know if the paddles will get less powerful or the balls will get softer. But I do think length will play a factor. If you're taller and longer, it's a lot easier to cover the kitchen line than if you're maybe a little bit smaller and shorter. Staying back and relying on those passing shots might be to your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny to see guys like Roscoe Bellamy and Christian Alshon, those taller, lengthier guys, and the style of play that they have versus like a Jaume Martinez Vic, right? Yes. I mean, that the cat and mouse that Jaume can do, and not that those tall guys can't do it, but he's had to adapt to a single style that's a little bit different than what like a Roscoe Bellamy does, because he's so tall, he can cover so much ground.
I agree.
You know what? In terms of like an entertainment value, I'm gonna have to go with the cat and mouse, though. I think Fed's right. It's definitely more entertaining for the spectator. The points last longer. You can see the athleticism more than just like a passing shot. It's sort of like in tennis when the serve was just becoming too much of a factor, and there was less drawn out volleys, and I want to see singles in pickleball to go back to the cat and mouse. So that's my thought, at least.
Yeah, you can go both ways, but I definitely see your point. Kind of agree with it as well.
Yeah. I'm getting dizzy watching these balls. We got 6 players out there warming up and just back and forth, and I'm gonna just try and focus on the far one so I get less dizzy. But
yeah, my head's going back and forth and back and forth.
I still have I can't tell. Usually you can tell with like a warm up who's gonna be going first. Can't tell.
No, there's too many people out there.
Yeah,
they all want to go. I will tell you, I don't think Casey is going to be out there. He's not warming up. Sophia's not warming up as well. So I'd be shocked if they were the first out.
That's an interesting observation. We'll see if you're right. All right, so it's going to be rally scoring, similar to how we had in doubles. So, you know, in singles, they always say, like, serve and return is the most important thing. I was talking earlier about how I find that serve and return are important in doubles as well, but it is no lie. It is an absolute fact that the serve and return are the most important things in singles. Would you agree?
100%.
Yeah.
The serve, let me just give you an example.
Okay.
Zane Ford, somebody that's had huge success in the last year on the PPA Tour, highest level, Ben John, Stackstreet against those guys. I had PPA Milwaukee. I warmed up with him multiple times, and I'm telling you, I could not hit his serve. There was like maybe 3 out of 10 times I didn't touch it.
What was so special about it?
Well, he holds full Western or semi-Western, so his paddle grip allows him to get a lot more topspin. He puts his body through it, so there's a lot of topspin, there's a lot of pace, and it was in the back inch or 2 inches of the line.
So it's just kind of skipping off,
It's
right?
insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. There's more power than anybody's I've seen. There's more topspin than anybody's I've seen. And it's the deepest that I've seen.
It's so funny, too, because you don't hear too much about it. I mean, people definitely respect his serve, but you hear guys like Deckel, Barr, and Tyson, and James Ignatovich having the biggest serves out there.
Yeah. Well, I think Zane's newer to the scene. If anybody that knows Zane knows he has a huge serve.
Yeah.
But serve, and that's why his singles game's taken off.
All right, everybody. We're about to get started here. We have our first two. It is Ian versus Nick. He starts off with the loop.
Wow,
Gets that
Ian had
first
the
point.
loop. That's shocking. So in singles, Ian still wanted to do that loop.
It is strange to see that in singles. It works, though.
It works.
It's just such a different look. Great setup shot there by Nick. Anticipated the mid-court return there.
Wow. Nick came out with 4 perfect shots there at the end. That's amazing. Those shots, not easy to hit, especially how low they were. And Ian moved them around.
Really interesting start on that.
And he rolled
Alright.
over.
Little net love.
Okay, 3-2 the Vipers. Let's see Mariano's serve. It's known to be pretty big.
Yeah. Good return. Oh. I don't know what Casey just said, but it
Definitely
was,
smack talk.
yeah, it was feisty.
It's great. It's 4-2.
Overhead. Put away.
Wow.
Let's see if Mariano can get this last one and tie it up. He does. 4-4 going into the ladies.
Okay, we have Chantel against Jess.
All right, we'll see if that tennis background that
Yeah.
Chantel has
Exactly what I was thinking.
serves her well. My guess is it's going to.
Me too.
Ball did not come up enough. 5-4 Vipers. You can see the different style of singles that the women have versus the men. It's more baseline.
Yep.
Oh, what a return. Again, people, the return is so important.
100%. And great shot there. 5-6.
Great court coverage. Still tied, 6-6. Let's see what Renee and Sophia got. What a spot, corner pocket.
Yep. Very close to out. Hard to tell. Seen Sophia looking at it, wondering if it was in or out, but couldn't make the call.
Could you see it? Oh, look at that. Tie game, Lucas. Push the return deep.
8-7.
Looks like that one's just getting a little bit into her hands.
Yeah.
A little bit deep.
9-7. We have single showdown. This is exciting. Okay, 9-7. Who's gonna win?
I'm gonna go Arctics.
To the Arctics. Okay.
He's gonna pull away with 4 straight points on this.
Let's see it.
There's one. And so at home, if you're watching, we do 4 points at a time till we get to 21 and we have a winner. 8-9. Loopy serve. Good return.
Okay.
Full control there by Ian.
That was great movement.
9-9.
9-9.
2 for 2.
Ten nine.
Looking so solid out there. Carrying his hat well as the captain. Good answer there by Nick.
10-10.
Good stuff.
Yep.
All around. 10-10. One more point until the end change.
All right, who's gonna get it? Wow.
Power, power, power there by Casey.
What a shot. I love how we have these replay angles. You can see that that's not an easy shot,
No.
but he made it look easy.
So much of that is footwork.
Exactly. Singles is more footwork than anything.
Yeah.
11-10.
Oh, athleticism on display all around by both of these gentlemen.
I can't believe he got to those.
Oh. Just out of reach there for Mariano. See if Casey can build on that. All right, right back. 12-12. Tie
12-12.
game. Lucas, this is back and forth. Could not be any closer. We got the
Awesome.
ladies out there now. Let's see if Jess can put up some
12-12.
points. Good return.
Wow. Great
What
shot.
a shot. You know what's so funny? We were just talking about the footwork. You could hear it there from Jessica with her, the little steps into the big one and then the backhand payoff. Really good stuff.
Oh, she's happy she missed that one.
Yep. 13-13. Backhand. So good.
I love the emotion that they're showing. They're celebrating after every shot.
They can feel it.
This is great. 14-13. Who's going to win this point?
Just out.
Oh, and it was just out. Yep. 15-13. The Arctics got a 2-point lead. Let's see if Renee can carry that forward. 15-13.
Good return. Oh.
Just out. We got a 3-point game.
I think this is the largest lead so far in this single showdown, Lucas. Vipers need to stop. They'll get it. A stop and a point. 14-16.
Ooh, just out.
Did she just open up a little bit on that?
Yep. Tried the 14, 17. Oh, and missed into the net.
That's so painful,
That
too,
hurts.
with rally
That
scoring.
hurts. What could have been a huge lead or single showdown and a huge lead is now a 2-point lead. Let's see if Nick can take Ian on here and bring it back for the Vipers.
Yeah.
It's out.
Good shot by Nick. Good spot on
There's
that.
tons of top and side on that. Made that angle really hard for Ian to get.
What do I stay with that?
All right, Ian caught it out. The Vipers challenged that call. We have our first challenge in Michigan Pickleball League.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that was a thing.
I'm happy it is, though.
Let's see. Let's take a look.
Let's see.
I don't know. I want to
He
see.
looked into me,
yeah,
but I can't tell.
I see a little bit of space, but
We're
it's
slowing it
really hard to
down.
tell.
The refs have a better idea on what's in and out than me.
See, that may be out.
It's hard also to tell from this angle.
Man,
I
what,
would
what
like
good
to see the
camera
other
work,
angle.
though. I mean, this is phenomenal. Let's see. It's impossible to tell. I'm
I think
I'm
it's
gonna
on
go
the line.
with. Oh,
Yep,
we have
so
it
they
in.
overturned.
All right.
The ball was in. I think it's the right call.
All right.
It's hard to overturn, especially when it's so close. I would never blame Ian for calling
No,
that out
that's
because it's so close.
Real time.
You
That's
definitely
such a
can
hard
tell
call.
he was being honest.
All right. The loop. Great return. Another tie game, Lucas. This is the theme of this single showdown.
19-19. Who's going to take this one? The Vipers or the Arctics? Casey's going to let us know. Wow.
An unbelievable shot.
Let's
by
watch this on the
Mariano.
replay. This is an insane shot.
He reads this so early, too. All right.
Let's Okay, our score, unfortunately, is not working right now, so we'll be calling out the score for you guys. It's 2019, Ann Arbor Arctic serving here. This could be game. And it was out.
Did they take it?
They take it.
They did.
They took it.
Unbelievable.
The Ann Arbor Arctics
Sorry about the
ended up
score there,
taking
guys.
the game. They served there 2019. Mariano with a big serve, did not let the nerves get him, and Casey unfortunately missed.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
They needed that too. I
What
think that secures them a playoff spot. So no matter what happens with the Loons later, it's going to be the Arctics in the playoffs.
Yes. Yep, so the Lansing Loons unfortunately did not secure that playoff spot because the Ann Arbor Arctics did win that one, if I'm correct.
believe you are.
I do know the Vipers are 1-2 as well. So the Vipers did lose that one, which would make them 1-3.
Let's see if we can check the standings here.
Yeah, let's check it out.
All right, let's go back to Jado while we're pulling up the standings as well. We have another question on the screen with the QR code. Show us where you're watching from. Everybody pull out your cameras, scan the QR code, click on Let's Go, and click video. Show us where you guys are watching from. Let's hear you from the crowd there. Lucas, where are you watching from?
Man, right here, I'm commentating. It's awesome. I got the best seat.
Let's see. Let's do this right here live, Lucas. Why don't you scan that QR code?
Let's do it. Let me scan it for you.
Let's show people how it's done.
Jotto. J-O-T-T-O. Let's see it. All right. Accept all. Let's go. Allow.
Oh, yeah. This is where it's at.
All right. Let's see. I just posted it. Let's see if we can see ourselves on the commentary.
Let's go.
Man, it was easy. I scanned, said let's go, send a video in. Now you can see me and Alex.
Perfect. All right, and I'll tell you what. Whoever gets the most exotic place that they are watching from will get a special shout out by Lucas and I.
Just not the car, guys. Just not the car.
Yeah, don't do anything driving.
Stop cars.
All right, so we got another singles showdown there in there. The Ann Arbor Arctics took it. What's the biggest thing that you saw?
It was very close. I mean, 21-19. Really, all these games so far, I know you hear it all the time. Unforced errors. So not stuff you would think pro level players miss, but they 100% do. Unforced errors are really a deciding factor in a lot of matches from 2.5, 3.0, 3.5, all the way up to the pro scene. Unforced errors really do matter. All right, here you see our Jotto is going to be posted.
Let's see the results of that. I'm really curious to see how we looked on that.
How we looked?
Oh, there it is.
There he is.
All right.
All right.
Come on, guys.
So
I'm sure you can beat Lucas and I in that the Jotto. Super easy. Again, scan the QR code, click on Let's Go, click on video. Show us where you guys are watching from.
We want to see.
What's the craziest place you've ever watched pickleball at?
Craziest place. I don't know if I can say that. I'm just
the
joking
toilet.
you. Yeah, I was going to mention it. The craziest place I've watched pickleball. Let's think.
Hi there. How you doing? Good.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, so it's taking.
We do have a special guest, everybody. We have the one and only Miss Walker, two Miss Walkers, right? With the Flint Tropics. Aw, shy.
Almost got it. That would have been great.
All right, so my most exotic place, let me think here. In court.
In court?
In court.
Oh.
I probably shouldn't say that, but it was a progressive draw. I was in court on a Wednesday. I really wanted to see a singles match, so I pulled it up while I was waiting for my case to get called.
That's great.
Watched a few points.
Yeah, that's awesome. I need a spot. You would think I would have some crazy spots, but I don't. At least that are coming to mind.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm sure people in the comments or in Jotto can let us know.
I see some muscles.
Oh, yeah.
And Shannon.
Yeah, I mean, Flint Tropics got the muscles. You got Chris Walker having the cutoff. He's showing off.
Has he offered that to other teams, or he just took
I don't
that
know.
one for himself?
I think he wanted it. He knows what he's doing over there.
All right, yeah, so we have a very exciting match coming up here. We have the Flint Tropics, the one and only team with the pineapple on the jersey.
Yes.
All the energy, all the hype. Chris definitely brings the fire every single time he's out there on court.
Yes. Oh, and we have something new here. So we have the two undefeated teams, the Flint Tropics one of, if not the best teams in the Michigan Pickleball League. They've showed up versus the Grand Rapids Rampage, the #1 seed in the Michigan Pickleball League.
Let's go.
Who's going to come out on top? Actually, this is interesting. One of the most important weeks we have here, but the Grand Rapids Rampage have us up. So, let's see. Tropics have all their team here. Matt, Shannon, Molly, and Chris, as well as Brock, their manager over there. And the Rampage are Connor's here, I see. They have a substitute. I'm interested to see or learn more about her. And I'm not sure. Oh, Downey's here as well. So that means Monica must be the sub or subbed out this week. Let's see who else. Jaron as well.
All right, everybody, we're going to sit back and enjoy a little intro video for the Flint Tropics. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's get started.
Oh, that's real good. You've got to get a hold of yourself.
Butcher Duper.
All right, everybody. Welcome back here. We are going to get started in just a minute with our second match of the day between the Grand Rapids Rampage and the Flint Tropics, two iconic teams of the Michigan Pickleball League. I'm host Alex Reuter alongside Lucas, who is mucking it up with the fan base. Lucas, welcome back, buddy.
Hey, hey, hey.
All right, Lucas, I want to talk a little bit about you because you, sir, are absolutely dominating the pickleball scene.
Thank you.
Recently, Lucas appeared at the PPA Challenger Tour out in Maine. I believe it was called the New England Open alongside one and only Sam. And you guys took home some hardware. Tell us about it.
We did. So we played the PPA Challenger Series in Maine. There was 44 pro teams, a lot of teams there. Me and Sam knew it was going to be a battle if we wanted to take home any hardware. And Sam, I'm lucky to have him as a partner.
Yeah.
We had really good chemistry in that tournament, and we were able to battle it out. You've probably seen a video of me getting destroyed by Max Wild, hitting a behind the back. It has so many views now. I don't like to talk about it, but I'll give him his props.
It was less about you and more about a lucky backhand shot or a
Exactly.
skilled backhand
It
shot.
was a sweet shot.
Not to take anything away. That was it wasn't anything you did wrong is my point.
But no, it was a battle, and we were able to finish with a silver, which we're so happy about, and ready to continue that and take it into some more wins.
Yeah, I mean, just an overall really good outing by you guys. What was the biggest takeaway that you had from that tournament? Besides the silver medal, of
yeah,
course.
I'll say this. Mentality matters, right? Your mental side of the game matters more than anybody would have thought. So we'll see if the people in the Michigan Pickleball League here today, the Tropics or the Rampage, keep a steady mental, right? And don't let that negative energy get into your game at all. I've seen a few people, I'm not going to call them out, really get down on themselves that last game.
Yeah.
And I think that's most of the reason why they missed into the net.
One of the biggest mental titans out there is the one and only Chris Walker, who we just saw on the screen. He is the captain of the Flint Tropics. Alongside him is Matt Krakowski, another really good skilled player who, Lucas, you filled in for last week.
I did.
Tell us about Matt's game.
Man, it's left-sider. He's a left side player, super aggressive, consistent, a great player. I know Chris Walker, I was talking to him a little bit about Matt, and Chris was saying he normally plays mixed. He doesn't play men's doubles much, or at all. Mixed is his specialty. That's from what Chris said. And that says a lot about Matt's game, is he's able to take over and dictate games and points.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the Grand Rapids Rampage captain, Connor Mogul.
Yep.
The one and only. That dude is an absolute stud on the pickleball
he's
court.
a beast.
Yeah.
So Duper rating of 5.83. That's high. He's a great player. He deserves that rating, if not more. His dominant hand, right hand, and he's from Jackson, Michigan.
You want to talk about a highlight reel? That guy has got some of the best highlights out there.
Yeah, I seen one recently from the Bash tournament. Actually, yesterday, Connor and Nick Mogul playing in a singles match. That's a highlight.
Oh,
right?
yeah. We'll see Nick later on tonight with the Loons. He's another
We will.
stud on the court.
Yep. And last but not least, we got Jaron. Jaron's so solid. Him and Connor have, I don't believe they lost the men's doubles game yet, which with the competition here is insanely impressive. That speaks to Connor and Jaron's game both. You cannot win every single game in the Michigan Pickleball League with one weak partner.
No.
It has to be both of you rock solid.
All right, guys, this can't be overstated. We have some of the best pickleball players in the state of Michigan out on the court right now. These are the 2 best teams competing in men's doubles. I'm going to go ahead, and this may be bold, but I'm going to go ahead and make a challenge.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and make a challenge to the challenger teams of the MLP. I bet you that one of these 2 teams out here could beat any challenger team on the MLP.
Dang.
I hope somebody in Challenger is listening, Travis Rettenmeyer, somebody. Come and play one of these guys.
All right.
Come and play one of these teams. See what you got.
Hey,
in
Alex
Michigan,
said that.
I absolutely did, and I'll stand by it.
Yep.
We have some of the best pickleball players in the country, and they make each other better. And you're a part of that group, Lucas.
Appreciate it. Yep. No doubt. We have some great, competition and talent here. The skill level is higher than any tournament I've seen in Michigan by far. All right.
Yeah, so one of the things that we were talking about earlier, just looking at the playoff picture here on the screen, is the fact that we have a flip-flop between Ann Arbor and Detroit. 2 top teams out there right now, but we need to talk about the playoff picture as a whole. We got Detroit bumping down to 4, Ann Arbor bumping up to 3, Lansing down there at 5.
Yeah.
What are we thinking?
Well, this game here, the Rampage against Tropics, doesn't matter, but the Loons will be on later today, and I believe they're playing the Tropics, so they have a tough match ahead of them. I don't know what's going to happen there. I'm hoping the Loons win because my partner Sam is playing, so I'm a little bit biased, and he is the director here at Brighton Pickleball Club, so I'm a little bit biased. But the playoff picture is still really important. You got the Ann Arbor Arctics moving up a spot.
Look at the definition. I don't mean to interrupt you, but look at the definition of Chris's muscles right there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a real perfect shot.
Yeah,
Had to say something for the man.
Hey, I like it. Interrupt me all day if you're talking about Chris's muscles.
I think he'd like that too, right?
Yeah, he loves it.
You know, one of the things, if you guys are
He's
watching for the
replaying
first
that.
time, yeah, I mean, you guys need to understand something about Chris's game. He brings the energy. He brings the excitement. He's out here to win every single second he's on the court. So let's see what the Flint Tropics can do against the top team in the Michigan Pickleball League. About to get started. Let's play some pickle.
Once again, this is number 1 against number 2. All right.
There's that hot
One
start.
thing I noticed by the noise is Matt's paddle, he's using the mod, and it sounds very loud. Great deception by Jaron. Chris kept that point alive. Jaron put it down with that no look.
Gave him a little bit of a butt cheek tattoo on that. And then put it away down the middle. Nobody clipped me on that. Good return. Somebody's talking.
Real fast, I wanted to mention there's 2 Yola mod paddles. Connor Mogo's using it and Matt's using it. Those paddles are the most powerful paddle on the market. Wow, Chris came to play.
Got the ball back. Chris is using the Carbon, another really great paddle out there. And then looks like Jaron's got the paddle tech, which he uses to put that ball away.
Yep.
4-2, Rampage. Great return.
Okay. He
Again,
moved his feet really well.
You know what? I'm going to just stand by it. The return is so important, even in doubles.
All right. I mean, that matters. Missing just long in the return. Something that can go wrong when you're aiming deep.
Good eye by Connor. What hands up the middle there by Connor.
Yeah.
What's the strongest part of his game?
The controlled aggression. I mean, he does everything controlled. He's super aggressive, but it's not like he's wild. It's controlled aggression.
Just a little too excited there by Jaron. Had the right idea. 5-6, serve on Matt's paddle.
Yeah.
All right, tied it,
I think
6-6.
Connor's seen that one. He could have taken it out of the air and didn't. So then he wanted to hit it off the bounce, tempted to speed it up. Okay, that
Push.
serve was just out, just long.
Push long there. 7-6, Rampage. Eight, 6. See if they can pull away with a few more, Lucas.
Just out.
Do we have another challenge coming?
We might have
do.
another challenge.
All right.
Good thing we have the cameras and the angles too. Let them challenge.
Chris is just letting him know the.
Chris is letting them know it was out.
It was
Let's
out.
see.
Yeah. Not only was it out, but he let him know by how much. I don't know.
That one's
It's
closer than the
hard
last
to
one.
say, yeah.
This angle is hard to see, especially because we're coming from the right side. So
Yeah.
it's going to be hard.
Put a guess on it, Lucas. I'm gonna go. Chris is right. That ball was out.
Yeah, but last time, the ref overturned last time, and it looks pretty similar.
You can see the players. What they're doing is they're looking up on the screen.
Yeah.
There, we have a live feed up on one of the
Yes.
TVs.
It's so close, hard to tell. See what the ref says. It's his job. Once again, none of the players out here are doing it intentionally.
No.
But that angle makes it closer than it might be. It's hard to tell. There's another angle for us.
I'm gonna stick with out. Are you going in? You going out?
I'm not getting in the drama.
Come on, Lucas.
No drama for me. All on Alex.
Did I say in or out?
You said
I'm
Out.
going out. Yeah.
okay,
that's
you're going out.
Yeah.
I'll go out as well.
Okay.
Out is initially what I thought from my view, not from the camera's view. But here's making me question a bit.
All right, everybody watching at home. This is a
One
very
more
unique.
angle. Yes, we got one more angle.
What do we get?
If our camera setup wasn't good, here's even better.
Let's see what we got. Yeah, I'm going out
Oh.
still.
Wow.
I think that ball's out.
Alex is jumping into the drama.
I am. I'm all about it.
Okay.
It's the best part about pickleball.
One more
It's
angle.
The drama.
Let's check it out.
All right, while you guys are doing that, let's talk about Jado more. One and only exclusive opportunity here in the Michigan Pickleball League. Scan the QR code. Hit on Let's Go. Answer this question. Show us where you're watching from. Somebody give us something like super unique. I want to see like, unless you're driving, don't be dangerous, but give us something like really crazy.
Yeah. I want to see some like
Yeah.
vacation spot
Yeah.
or on the water. Something crazy. This line call is already crazy. I love how intense it is. Both teams are kind of smack talking. That was in. That was out. The ref's going to let us know.
Let's see what he's saying. Oh, the ball tossed back to the Tropics.
in the Tropics.
That ball was out, folks.
Man.
I think that's the right call, Lucas. You got to go with the player on the court who had the closest eye to it, which was Chris. He made the call. I'm going to trust him on that.
7-8.
7-8. Great return. Reset clinic. Back to the kitchen line. Oh, Jaron, too much.
I am impressed by Chris's resets, no doubt. I mean,
yeah.
that's amazing. He hit so many resets there that were just on point. Connor and Jaron, stay composed.
All right, if you're a 3-5 player listening, how do you hit a perfect reset? What's the trick to
Yeah,
that?
we answered this the first week. Let me tell you guys again. No backswing. There's a reset killer, and that's a backswing. Just out. If you're trying to hit a good reset, there is zero reason ever to take a backswing. Definitely a reset killer. Here we go, 8-10.
Great hands up the middle there by Connor. And they've taken the end change mini win, 11-8. Ball's going to be on their paddle on the end change. Lucas, I think that the Flint Tropics are right on this. It's a close match. I don't see much of a difference. But if there's anything, what is it?
Hands battles.
Okay.
The Tropics stayed alive. I mean, they got so many balls back. Definitely wasn't unforced errors that were their problem. I would say it's kind of just losing these hands battles, right? Connor's been on top of it. I think Connor's maybe, from what I've seen or from what I remember, 3-3 on the fast hands exchanges with Chris or with Matt. And you switch that alone, the score's flip-flopped. I do love watching this matchup because it's such a high level and the unforced errors are really limited, right? The only one that I can really remember that was an unforced error was the missed return on the Rampage right after we talked about how important the returns were. So that was the commentator's curse.
Was it mine?
It was yours.
Yeah, of course.
Yep, you've been known to do it.
I'm sorry, everybody. Chris is feeling fired up. Getting his bench. All sorts of hot and bothered. And pushed out. It seemed to work.
Chris is making some noise.
I heard 3 C's there. Good serve there by Matt.
Just out. 10-11.
Close game. Chris kind of stalks around back there like a panther. Let's see if he can get a point for his team. Good shot by Jaron. Kind of that off speed, right?
Yeah.
Down by the feet.
He could have went anywhere, which is what threw Matt off.
Good serve, Connor. Grand Rapids is going to be looking to put up a few more here to get a big run, put up a big lead, put this first men's match away. Let's see if they can do it. It's a good start.
That's a unique shot.
Or rather, it's a bad start.
Yep, 13-11. This is a very unique shot that I wanted to talk about from Matt. He ran around his backhand to hit a really aggressive forehand.
It's a Tyson McGuffin special.
It is.
The runaround. Kind of like a jack sock thing too, right?
Yep.
When you have that strong forehand.
It's risky though, because you're off to the side and you speed it up. If they get their counterattack back, you're not in a good position.
Two-point game, 14-12. Little Ernie action in your face there for Connor. Good shot by Matt. 1-point game. See if Flint can come back here and take the lead. They've tied it.
So low.
Chris wants to keep this going.
Chris is, he's
Getting
slamming.
everybody pumped
He's
up.
getting people pumped.
Nice shot, Jaron. Grand Rapids needed that to shut down the energy that Chris was building.
Yep.
Really smart shot.
That's really smooth. Let's see if we can see it on the replay. Yeah, awesome shot. That's high level. High level pickle right there.
Push it to 3. 3-point lead. We thinking timeout here, Lucas?
Yeah, it looks like they're calling.
Yep, here we go. You kind of felt that coming, right? It's
Yeah.
rally scoring. 4 points is not much. This is one of the questions that I asked in the last week of the Michigan Pickleball League was to Connor, who was my partner in crime while you were out there playing for the Flint Tropics.
Yeah.
What is a big lead in rally scoring? Because it can turn so quickly. Is there a number that feels big?
10.
10.
10 feels huge.
I mean, we're only
or
at
big.
4 now.
4 is nothing.
Right.
Now, what I would like to see from the Tropics, and in any good partnership, I like to see this, is Matt's having some problems with easy shots, right? So he's missing shots he shouldn't miss. Just happens, right? Will Chris help his partnership out and take some more of the court, right? So this is something that tests partnerships. I would love to see Chris. Chris is playing great right now. Help his partner out and take more than he usually takes. This will take the pressure off of Matt, and I really think that would help them win this game.
For Connor and Matt, it's just stay in the course. Or for Connor and Jaron, rather. Bodied.
Man, I think Matt had a good speed up there.
19-14, 2 away from a win.
And they
Lucas, I actually saw that one in.
well, they
Let's
said
see.
they accepted call. I mean, he asked around. He looked at his
All
bench,
right.
and they said it was out.
Granted, I'm way on the side here, but Loons just
that one
out
was out
again.
too.
That's gonna do it. What a
Yeah,
way to
that
end
hurts.
it.
So a couple missed returns really changed the outcome of that match.
All right, everybody. We need a big turnaround here by the Flint Tropic women. They've done a really good job this year. They're probably the 2 most impressive women's doubles team in terms of the Michigan Pickleball League as a whole.
Yeah, so I believe they're undefeated as a team.
Yeah, they're
which
just
makes
super
sense.
solid.
And Downey and Grand Rapids Rampage actually have a sub. Monica is not playing out here right now.
Nope.
So there is potentially a new partnership going on.
I do have
and
some information on that.
Yeah,
some
if you
very
wanted to
exciting
give us some.
information. So the sub is Sarah.
Yeah.
She is the sister of Andrea Coop.
Okay.
Definitely see some resemblance there. She's
Yeah.
using Coop's paddle, the Esquire. It is super hot. I've heard some really good things about it. Obviously, Paddle Tech's a great company.
Yep.
They make a good paddle, and I know Andrea's excited about her Esquire paddle. So
Yes.
we'll see what Sarah's got. See if she can follow in her sister's footsteps.
Absolutely. I think Sarah, so I've heard her name a lot. Haven't got the chance to see her in person.
All right.
But from everything I've heard is she's a great player.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
let's see it. I mean, you have to be a great player to be in the Michigan Pickleball League, but let's see how she performs against Shannon and Molly, which we know are the top of the line when it comes to this league. I've had the pleasure of playing with them last time we played, and they were lights out.
I did get a chance to talk a little bit with Sarah before the match. She played tennis at Michigan, which is going to obviously be a help for her in terms of court coverage and reading the ball and things like that.
Yeah.
Having that tennis background is proven to be not necessity per se, but definitely important. I think it kind of gives you an edge in terms of starting out your journey of pickleball.
No doubt, no doubt. I mean, in high level tennis like that is huge benefit.
Yeah.
You know, it's huge.
All right,
So
let's talk about Molly.
Yeah.
We do this every week, guys, and I'm sorry if I've gotten it wrong every single time. We're trying to pronounce Molly's last name. Molly Griganavicius.
Thank you for saying that again.
Do you want to give it a shot?
No.
One of these times I'm going to ask her, but it's almost become a thing where I'm just not going to.
Yeah, we just have to
and
just
we're going to
keep
continue to
making it.
try to just kind of wing it.
Yeah.
I
like it.
So, Molly, I'm sorry if I'm wrong on how to pronounce your last name. You're a phenomenal player, but your last name is very difficult. So, anyway, what I like about her game is the consistency. She is one of the most solid players that I've ever seen out here, and I just really enjoy watching her. What do you like?
Yeah, I had the pleasure to play with her, and couldn't agree with you more. She's super solid. Her resets and her drop shots are consistent. You know the ball is coming back, and as a partner, that gives you like a huge confidence. I know I can mess up, and Molly's got my back.
Yeah.
That feels great.
And speaking of being the partner of Molly, we have Shannon Pretorius.
Yep.
She is an absolute stud when it comes to the singles game. She, last week of the Michigan Pickleball League, took it to Nick in the singles showdown. She's a medal winner on the AVP Tour. She's just an all-around really solid player. What do you like about her game in terms of the doubles?
I love how early she gets the balls and set up. Like, she's set to the ball way before the other people that I see. She's set, making her decision, and that allows her to really control the game. Last time we played, I watched her in women's doubles just control the game. Wherever she wanted it to go, it went. Wherever she wanted the opponents to move, they went there because of how early she got her paddle and how early she made that decision. Downey, we hear, amazing player. If you're from Michigan and you tune into Michigan events, pickleball tournaments, you know Downey's name. Duper rating of 5.4. She's been high for a while. She's been one of the best girls in Michigan for a while for a good reason. She's very solid, aggressive when she needs to be, defensive when she needs to be. Great partner to have.
Just a rock out there. I mean, every time I've watched her play, she's just very steady emotionally. Her consistency in terms of the shot making is honestly second to none. Really excited to see her play. And we have the final of the four out there, Sarah, who we've already talked about a little bit, the sister of Andrea Koop, one of the best players in Michigan on the PPA Tour, on one of the challenger teams in Major League Pickleball. I'm really curious to see what her game looks like. Have you watched her play yet?
I have not. Seen her warm up. She has a lot of the same things that you see in some of the top girls. When she dinks, she's one step off the line. When she dinks, her two-handed backhand or her left hand's on the paddle.
All right, we got duper predictions here. So one of the things that's interesting here is one of our players, Sarah, out there, her duper is not accurate enough to add to the probability score. But they are giving the Rampage the edge on this one. I'm going to disagree with duper as much as I respect them. I'm going to go with Flint Tropics, just given what I've seen in the past out of them.
All right. Awesome. Yeah. I like that prediction by you. Tropics are a great team. I play with them, so I might be biased, but no doubt, undefeated. You got to give the edge to them.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if we can get Brock over here to say some words. I mean, he's a character. I think he's got some funny stuff to say.
Did you want to talk to him?
Well, we'll let this one go, and then maybe in between the next match, we'll bring him on over.
All right.
For those at home, Brock is what are we gonna call him? The GM of
the GM.
Flint Tropics. Yeah. The perfect GM for Flint Tropics, by the way. Ernie. Ernie defense. Downey says no.
It's not easy to react to an Ernie, especially when you're not expecting it.
The trick I have found is to just stay calm.
Yeah.
Which is almost impossible.
Yeah. Oh, it's hard.
All right, guys, those on the Giotto, we got a video for you. Let's see, show us where you're watching from.
Man, that's a great
Oh.
place to watch pickleball.
Heck yeah, we got a lake, we got some dock scene, a boat. Can't beat that in Michigan.
No, you can't.
Those of you guys out there watching, hop on your phones, scan the QR code, hit let's go, click on video, and show us where you guys are watching from. We had one answer there showing us some lake life in Michigan, which is really second to none.
Oh, just almost drizzled over the net.
Bro.
You know they wanted it. They didn't quite get it.
It was close.
2-3. Okay, highlighted there, Molly's resets, right? What a reset. It's not easy to do.
3-3.
Okay, 3 more resets over there by Molly. Forced unforced air by Downey just because it's annoying. I hit this ball back to her 4 times and she resets all of them.
4-3 Flint Tropics. Just out there.
Just out.
5-3.
5-3.
The Tropic women are doing what they've been doing all season long. Great shot there by Sarah. Got the ball back. 1-point game. Great drive.
All right. After watching Sarah play, I mean, she's definitely more heavily drives on that third shot. All right, so you'll see a lot of people like Molly drops her third more than often than not. Sarah, it definitely seems like it's the opposite. Good drop shot.
How does that play into the rest of the game?
It's all personal play style, drive versus drop. But just missed.
2-point game still.
Yep, it's very
Nobody's
close.
really pulling away with it.
No.
They're gonna play it out.
All right, the net court did count because it landed in.
1-point game. Good serve by Sarah. Great drive, Downey. They've tied it, Lucas.
Yep. So Downey's really taking over on our third shots. You see that. That was great.
Just long on the serve. Good to see Downey laughing that one off.
It was.
Good point there by Downey and Sarah. Kept things simple.
Yes.
Somebody said good leave, but she
Good
took a
leave.
full swing at it.
Exactly.
So I don't know if
Well,
it was
they got to play it off, right?
yeah, right.
Yeah, good leave.
It's a good leaves. Great hands up the
almost
middle.
had it.
I think we're still tied, Lucas. 9-9. 2 points away from the end change. Great drop by Sarah on that. Had good top spin, good depth. Really impressive.
Ooh, just out.
Sorry, Sarah. I
10-10.
may have jinxed you.
Who's going to get the side change? Who's going to come up on top?
We'll see on this one. Oh, was that a foot fault?
The referee
was.
seen Downey step in the kitchen. And that's what caused the side change. Good thing, though.
We don't have many of those foot faults.
No, very little. Good thing, though, is I seen Downey. She hit that foot fault, and she laughed after, right? She didn't let it mess with her emotions, negative at all. She laughed at it, on to the next, figuring out how to win this game.
Yeah, and I was saying it earlier in the warm-up. She's the rock out there.
Yeah.
Very consistent, very solid player, emotionally and in terms of the shot-making ability. Just
Let's see this replay.
Yeah.
See if she's. Oh, it was right before that shot, actually.
okay.
The replay didn't quite get it.
If you had a foot fault called on you,
I have. So, shout out to Alex Wen. So
Okay.
I played the tournament about a year ago, maybe more, a year and a half ago. And shout out to Alex Wen because I maybe had 7 foot faults.
another really solid player.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe 7 foot faults in one tournament.
That's a lot.
Oh, yeah. And I was very negative about it. That was one of the more frustrating parts of any tournament I've played ever.
We got 2 points in a row here for the Tropics. Let's see if they can keep it going. Good angle by Shannon.
Wow.
$13-10. Heads up.
Just out. Good serve. Okay, 14-10. What's going to happen? Will the momentum change or will they pull away?
I'm thinking it's going to change right here.
Let's see.
They got no choice. They got to do something. They have control. Great shot by Downey. They established that kitchen line early
They did.
and held it.
Yeah.
Left up just a little bit. Let's see if they can get the ball back. 4-point game.
Ooh, missed it.
All right.
12-15, they're hanging in there. Rampage are not giving up.
Yeah, neither team has really strung together, more than 4 points.
It's been back and forth, back and forth.
Good drive. Great point by Shannon.
Yeah.
She's a force up the middle on that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, 16-12, we have a timeout.
First timeout.
First timeout.
What is it like on the other side when you force the team that you're playing against to call a timeout?
It feels great.
Does it?
It feels good. So when I have the other team call a timeout, I feel great, super confident. I'm on a high. So that's why the Rampage, when they call a timeout, they got to make sure they're doing it strategically. Hey, what can I change? Like, what's the next step? How can we win this game? So maybe that's focusing a certain player. Maybe that's throwing a lob in at this scenario. Maybe that's driving my thirds more or dropping my thirds more. But I think it's definitely important to call a timeout and make a change.
And if you are the team calling the timeout, how much of it is technical versus strategy?
It all depends situationally, like what timeout. There's, the time you're using the timeout. I think both.
All right, let's see if the Flint Tropics can keep this going. Great shot there by Sarah. She kind of had that setup shot into the pop-up. Grand Rapids needed that. Let's see if she can keep it going. The answer is no, they cannot. Tropics are just too strong.
Yeah.
At least so far. Let's see if Rampage can change that.
All right, they called the ball out.
I mean, it is truly back and forth. I don't think I've seen either side put together more than, what, 2 points, 3 points?
Yeah. It's been back and forth every other. Oh, inside out.
That's such a smart shot.
Yep. She had a lot of options there. She chose the safe one, though. Yes.
Another one.
Yep.
Another foul.
That one I did see live. It was
I think
correct.
Downey knew, too. She kind of went an OMG to herself.
Yeah.
Wow. Way to hang in that for the Rampage. Both Downey and Sarah doing a really good job staying in the point.
Yes. Very, very, very high point. High level point, I should say. Good block. You see Chris standing up there making some noise, supporting his team.
He's excited. They got game point on their paddle. Timeout by the Rampage.
Timeout, 2016. So
What
it
are the
looks like,
Go ahead.
yeah, it looks like the Rampage called a timeout there, not to talk about what they can change, but just simply the Tropics were on a roll, got a couple points. Let's see if the timeout can throw them off of it.
What are you seeing out of Sarah's game?
Sarah, super aggressive. You look at her drop shots. So her drive, she tends to drive her third shots more than drop. And on her fifth shots, they're drop shots, but they're more aggressive. Whereas you see Molly, she drops her third shot, but her fifth shot's almost always more loopy and not as aggressive. So Sarah, overall, her game is definitely more aggressive, shot selection-wise, than any of the girls here, I would say.
Yeah, Sarah reminds me a lot of Andrea.
Yeah.
Their drives look very similar. All right, they needed that one.
Looks like the timeouts worked.
I think every single time.
Yes.
It's come back to benefit the team calling the timeout. We got the freeze, so no point, but a side out. Serve back on Molly's paddle for the game. Let's see if the Flint Tropics can take it.
Foot fault.
A third foot fault for the win. Did you see it?
Yes, yep. Both of those foot faults happened when Downey was trying to take that forehand, trying to poach over.
Her team is, what do we want to call that? Miming, chopping the front of her shoe off.
Yeah, just go a size or two smaller, and maybe you won't get as many foot faults. Let's see in this replay.
Yeah, on the line there.
Yeah.
Good call by the ref. Our refs are doing such a good job here.
So just quickly to talk about, you know, I see all the time in our open plays here. We have all levels of open plays. People step in the kitchen so much on their fourth shots or exactly situations like this.
No,
And
that doesn't
even
happen.
Even though you see Downey there was like an inch or two, that's called in a tournament. In rec games, I see foots, right? And they don't get called. So don't think you're so smooth. In the tournament, you'll get called.
I was playing with Sam yesterday, and I had an Ernie. And I full-on stepped in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And he's like, did you step? I was like, no, clean,
Yeah.
perfectly clean.
Yeah.
Because it's direct play, and there's no replay.
Yeah. That's me whenever I'm drilling against Sam. You know, if I like double bounce or I serve illegally, no, it was good.
It's perfect.
Right?
Clean as it gets.
For me, it's only when I go against Sam, though.
Yeah, something about his game. You almost just kind of have to cheat a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So
Just joking.
we have coming up mixed doubles.
We do?
This is going to be big because it's going to establish what happens with the rest of the match. What do you want to see out of the Rampage to turn it back in their favor?
Yeah. Let's look at it, right? The men's doubles, the Rampage took it. And in the women's double, the women's took it from the Flint. But they were both very close games. I think this is anyone's game, right? Looking at the men's, it was close. Looking at the women's, it was close. That makes for a close mixed match. So I really don't know if they have to change much. Mixed is a different game. I do know Downey and Jaron are starting off, and they've been partners for a long time in a lot of tournaments. So Chris Walker and Shannon are partnering up. They're a very solid mixed team as well. All right, so here we have Brock getting on the mic, the GM for the Flint Tropics, talking with, all right, the both of us, I guess.
All right, guys, we're going to try and get the one and only Brock out here, the GM for the Flint Tropics. Let me see if I can get the right mic going. Brock, give us a couple words. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Am I breathing into the mic?
No, you
not
sound
much.
fantastic. All right, Brock, you are the GM for the Flint Tropics. They just took women's doubles. What'd you like to see out there?
Well, it's exactly what we thought was going to happen when it comes to the women's side. Shannon plays, pretty aggressive, has a lot of versatility to her game, so we were kind of hoping that she'd be able to mix that in, which she did really well. And then Molly's just an absolute rock on that side. So there's the exact structure that we were hoping to see.
All right.
Looking forward towards the mixed. What are you expecting out of your team? Who do we have first? We have Chris and
Chris and
we have
Shannon.
it up
Chris
there.
and Shannon. All
Yeah,
right.
Chris and
Also,
Shannon.
I want to see your thoughts. We have the Duper predictions here. What are your thoughts on those predictions?
Well, I think that it's I don't buy those.
You can disagree. It's okay.
I don't buy those. I think Chris's duper is a lot lower than what it should actually be.
Yeah.
Probably chalking that up to playing too many matches with me that counted towards duper back in the day. But that's why it's always going to skew a little bit low.
All right, we're about to get started here.
All right. Oh, yeah, you see it there. It's all right.
Downey is feeling it right now.
Downey
She's
is
going on
feeling
high.
it. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Brock.
Yep.
Great answers there. You said the win probability was not accurate. Let's see if it is.
No, I'm
Brock,
I'm expecting a 3-1 win here from the Trops.
I tell you
All
what,
right.
why don't you stay with us until the end change?
That sounds good.
Good serve there by Downey
Let's
to
go.
start. We're playing pickle, folks.
Let's do it.
First point for the Tropics. We're already getting a little bit chippy.
Ooh. Close line calls. I love that we have a replay system and a challenge option for these players.
Yeah, again, something that you're not going to see really anywhere else.
Okay. Dink middle there from Chris. Downey took it. Unforced there.
It's kind of one of those balls where you have too much time to think, right?
Yep.
Good return by Downey. Right up the middle.
The thing I love about the Grand Rapids team that they put out here, though, is from their standpoint, not from our standpoint. They're two very aggressive players, and they play a really solid game. So I expect to see them putting the ball down at our feet quite a bit, and hoping that we can come through with some.
Okay, yeah.
Some unforced errors.
Yeah.
Close game.
2-3. Wow.
Good put away by
That's
Chris.
a new Chris, right? If you play with Chris, he goes through some moments of slamming it, some moments of soften. That's a new Chris. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
That's
playing
the
really
that's
well.
the high fives, Chris.
Yeah. That's a Flint Tropic, Chris. every time he's played for the Flint Tropics, I've seen him play like the Flint Tropic Chris.
Oh, good point there by Jaron, staying in it.
Yep.
Tie game, 4-4.
Wow, just out. Let's see what they think.
Are we going to have another challenge?
No, it looks like the Tropics agree. Brock, did you see that one?
I thought it was a little deep.
A little deep, okay.
That was
right.
definitely deep.
That's a hard shot to hit. Shannon really added a lot of side spin there, and Downey tried to attack it.
Tie game, 5-5. Such a smart placement. All right, Brock, you guys have secured second place for the most part. What's been the biggest difference for you as a team this season and being successful?
I think, I mean, you can know everybody on the team has played well. Everybody across the board has played well, but the women have carried more than their fair share of the weight here. So whether it's in mixed or straight up women's doubles, they've been one of the top teams. So I would definitely attribute it to Chris doing some really good recruiting on the women's side.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. The women's been rock solid.
Even in that single showdown last week, Shannon kind of stealing the show a little bit. And just as I speak, she takes one to the face. Sorry, Shannon.
Yeah, she's got a great overall game.
Yeah.
The singles is really solid. And yeah, it showed in that single showdown. We've had a couple fun single showdowns now.
We have. All right.
Back and forth again, Lucas.
Very close. I love games like these. Who couldn't?
Again, it's the theme with this whole match. Nobody's really kind of run away with it.
Yeah, so the all right, real fast. I know we're in the middle of a game, but quick question from here from Jocko. What celebrities would you like to see in the game? Or actually, I read that wrong. What celebrities would you like to see join the game?
Oh,
we need some videos on this.
Question. All right,
you
everybody.
can't miss on this.
No, at home. Get your phones out, scan the QR code down in the right-hand corner. This is Jado, the one and only exclusive opportunity for you guys to get on camera, answer these questions from wherever you're watching. I don't know, Lucas, who do you think should join the game in terms of celebrities?
Celebrities who should. Kevin Hart. I actually seen him play. He does play, I believe.
Does he?
I just think that would be hilarious seeing Kevin Hart running around there, you know, like a little Ian Yee, just destroying people.
All right. We have, we'll get the score correct here.
Yep.
But I believe it is.
All right, Brock, well, thank you. I know you got to head back to your bench. Keep supporting them.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, thanks for joining us, Brock. All right, I think it is 11-10 Rampage. We'll verify. All right, 11-9, everybody. The ball is deep, 11-10. 12-10.
Oh, and he ducked it.
Good duck there by Chris. Good aggressive roll dink.
Nice.
So strong up the middle.
Yeah. Great speed up. I knew Chris was speeding that up because I know Chris. Whenever he pauses, he speeds it up. But really good speed up. He kept it really low. (13-12). Here comes a big serve from Chris. He's making some noise. He's going to rip it.
Let's see if the Tropics can take advantage of some unforced errors. Donnie was questioning whether or not she played an out ball there.
She was.
14-12. Great serve by Shannon. Donnie just putting it away.
Yep. Ball got behind Shannon, so she really didn't have a choice but to pop it up. It's really hard to keep that down. Ooh, it's in.
Was Chris reading that out? Looks like he may have let that one go. Tie game, 14-14.
Oh, Donnie with another foot fault.
How many is that? Is that
That's
4?
That's 4. 4 in a span of 2 games. Definitely hurts, but let's see if it lets it get to her or not.
I guess that's the question I have, is at what point does that get to you?
Yeah, I know for me it was 7.
That's a lot, Lucas. What a slide over there by Jaron.
Yeah, that's great footwork. I mean, Jaron seen that ball popped up just enough, moved his feet and attacked. Great shot, Jaron. 15-15.
Oh. Chris wanted to get to that.
Yep. Tried his best. There's only so much you can do there. Jaron hitting an amazing shot forces Chris to make an athletic play that he almost got.
Good resets. No way. Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
Those were some of the best resets I've ever seen, and Jaron followed it up with like one of the smartest
Yeah,
shots
they didn't
I've
let
ever
off.
seen.
They just kept it back. Kept it back.
To go right back towards
Yeah.
body on
But
that,
big
was
big
so
props
smart.
to Shannon there. She did not give up.
No.
She tried her best, and Jaron just couldn't have played better there.
They're kind of running away a little bit here. 18-15.
Timeout.
All right.
Tropics said, "You're not running away yet."
Catch their breath a little bit.
Yep.
What are the Tropics talking about here to kind of turn things around?
I would like to see the aggression pick up. I mean, Shannon and Chris, they have all the ability in the world to play aggressive. You know, both really big drives, both really good speed ups, and they've worked so far. Chris has sped up the ball a couple times, every single time they've worked. Shannon, I remember in the first game, sped up a ball down the middle and it worked. why wouldn't they do it more? So I'm hoping Brock, their GM, I know Brock's a strategic mind, is telling them speed the ball up, it will work.
I think I hear some mocking C's on the part of the Rampage.
I didn't expect that from the Rampage.
I think it's good-hearted, but it is nonetheless mocking. Chris responds with 3 C's of his own. 18-15. Rampage are looking to win this one.
There goes the speed up. Exactly what I think they should do.
Really smart spot there by Chris.
Yeah. If I'm Chris and Shannon, speed the ball up. It's been working.
Jaren's overhead is too powerful to put it there.
Yeah, not only powerful, but he angles it.
The angle,
He doesn't give it back to your paddle, especially when it's given an overhead. He angles it. Out. See, there's another speed up initiated by Chris, and it came up on top once again. 17-19, 2-point lead from the Grand Rapids Rampage. Ooh, 20.
Good spot there by Downey, putting it right at Shannon's feet. All right, we got the freeze here for the Tropics, but they're going to need to get the ball back. Downey just gave Chris a C right at the kitchen line.
And Chris said, be a little original.
Shannon had something to say about that
She
as well.
said, see, this is great. I like it. We're in the right seats.
Chris fired up, 18-20. They gotta get to the kitchen line. They got the point. A little lucky on that.
Okay, they called it out. Downey challenged
we have a challenge.
And Chris said way out.
Way out.
Downey and Chris are talking back and forth. Cool, come out on top.
What I love about Chris, though, is the guy, he's just constantly having fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think it's personal.
No,
both of them, yes, they're smacking talk. I mean, they're smack talking. Sorry, I said that wrong. But
no. You can go with smacking talk. I like smacking talk.
I don't know. a lot's being said, but let's see who wins.
You know what's so great too about the whole challenge system is that it kind of like takes it out of the players' hands too. So if you made a bad call and you're like, well, at least you got a challenge.
I love the challenge.
Chris goes way out, letting him know he was right on the challenge.
Downey and Chris.
I mean, that's huge, though. I mean, look at given the score that we have, Chris is over there riling up the troops.
And he's doing it on a challenge call. I love it.
Bringing the energy every single time he's out here.
The Tropics have it 19-20, serving it up.
Good lob.
Wow, 20-20. We have
Smart.
a match. This is great. Now, Shannon had a couple of high balls there on the dink. She didn't speed it up.
Was that nerves, you think?
I don't know.
Just out. Really, really, really high IQ pickleball there by Downey to let that ball go. She's urging Chris to challenge it. I love it. Ball
This
back
is great.
for the Tropics.
If you guys haven't made it out for one of these events, the Michigan Pickleball League, you need to. Seeing this in person is just another level.
It really is. Puts the ball away up the middle.
22-21. Tropics are not letting off on the noise, and their play's showing.
Let's see if they can end it here, Lucas. Just missed it. Missed it.
Chris was mid-celebration, and he's like, I missed it.
That may have been the issue. He may have started celebrating
I think it was.
before he even hit the ball.
I mean, you've done that before as well.
Oh,
you get a
absolutely.
pop-up, and your brain
yeah.
lights up.
100%.
Oh. 23-22. Could that overhead be the difference maker in winning and losing? Oh, 23-23.
Shannon and Chris displaying some superb defense on that point.
Exactly.
Getting the ball back, tying it up. 23-23, folks.
23-23. The serve is going to Jaron.
We're in extra pickle. Shot by Downey. They've done it. The Rampage have taken this mixed match. What'd you like out of Downey and Jaron's game in that one?
Man, I like the smack talk back. I like their play. I like their strategy. I liked a lot. Yeah, it was a great performance by them. I mean, they had a couple really important stops, and they showed that their experience with pickleball mattered. Chris, that one overhead will come back to bite him. That really hurts. I hear him talking about it actually right now. He said that one overhead, that was the difference maker in winning and losing.
You know, it never is one shot, but it always feels like you can bring it back to one shot to figure out when the momentum changed.
No, exactly.
I wouldn't say it was necessarily that one, but you know, if I'm Chris, that one's gonna haunt me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game, right? So there's 10s, 20s of misses that matter, but that one really stands out.
All right, we're going to get either Downey or Jaron over here to talk about what they saw in that last one, how they were able to pull out with the win. Stand by.
All right, and here we have the privilege to get Downey on. Hey, Downey, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, we can hear you. So, few questions. That was an exciting match.
It was.
First off, I wanted to talk about the smack talk. You and Chris specifically, it was great. I'm in the best seat to see it. But what were you guys saying? How did it feel?
Oh, to me, Chris Walker, I've known him for a long time. He's my good friend.
Okay.
So I want to get to his head.
Yeah.
I don't think he's very affected by that.
Yeah.
But, you know, we already talked about how we're going to prepare for this match.
Yeah.
Because I know how he's being hyped up.
Of course, yeah.
So we would like to be hyped up too.
All right.
But I was very nervous.
Yeah. Oh, were you?
I was, because I heard about Shannon.
Yeah,
Shannon is
yeah.
a great player.
She is.
Because I know Chris Walker's game a little bit, but Shannon's a little bit.
Yeah, not as much. She's new, right?
No. Yep.
And especially in mixed, you line up,
Yeah.
forehand with her often.
Yes.
So she had some great dinks, but you
yeah.
you had some amazing dinks too. You didn't miss many.
I tried to. I mean, I think I was very nervous in the women's double. Sarah and I, we play in the rec game, but not in tournament setting.
Okay.
She's a little bit nervous too.
Yeah. I
told
could
her,
see.
Yeah. And then
Yeah, but
But mixed double, you know, Jaron and I always play together. So
Yeah, that's
so
what I
very
said. The
comfortable.
experience showed. Your
It
partnership
does.
showed.
Yes.
Okay, and then finally, I wanted to talk about this mixed game coming up. What are your thoughts? What do you think about the Flint Tropics mixed team, if you've seen them at all?
So I play against Matt. Matt is a great player, but although today I can see his right knee is a little bothering. Even
Okay.
he was during the men's double.
Yeah.
He was a little bit, you know.
Yeah,
can
I
see
seen it as
yeah,
well.
a little bit. So and Connor won the singles money ball yesterday.
He did, yes,
And
at
then
Bash.
His confidence level is very high.
Okay.
And then Sarah, we just play. Sarah and Connor never played together.
Yeah.
But Sarah's forehand is very good.
It is.
So I think she's getting more relaxed as
Yeah.
the match goes up, and it's gonna be interesting. But I bet on my team.
Of course, I knew that would happen. I mean, this here, in my eyes, is a close match. I mean, there's a bunch of different play styles
Yes.
clashing.
Yes.
And, you know, Connor and Sarah haven't played together
Right,
before, but
right.
their play styles, I think, actually make sense together. You know, Sarah does aggressive, and Connor's able to poach, jump in there and
Yep,
play aggressive.
yep.
So I'm excited to see how it
I
plays
am
out.
too.
And
I'm
it
very
was.
excited. Do you want to talk to Jaron?
Yeah, sure. I'll ask Jaron some questions.
Here we go,
Hey, Jaron, did you want to jump on the mic?
For me? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
just one or two questions here. All right, Jaron.
What's
so,
happening?
It was great to see Downey and Chris smack talking, but
Oh,
you
yeah.
kind of stayed out of it, right?
Yeah, I'm Switzerland, so I stay neutral with just about everything.
yeah,
so.
yeah. Yeah, I like to see that. You're just smooth, calm and collective, right?
I try.
Now, one thing, it seemed to me like a difference maker in the match. A ball went up, Chris had an overhead, and it went out. How did that feel when he missed overhead and gave you guys another shot to win?
We pretty much said that's game over for them. So, yeah, so you're definitely going to capitalize or do the best you can on a second chance like that, especially since that was, I think, match point.
It was.
So I've been on the other end of that where I've missed a point on my paddle and then lost because of it, right? So, yeah, I know how it feels on both ends. So definitely got to capitalize.
Yeah, it happens. That mental side of it is so important. Momentum. You know, when you have that overhead and you miss it, it hurts.
Yeah.
And the other team's just like, oh, that's
yeah,
great.
I'm pretty sure our press box here got in Chris's head. So
Okay.
there's a little bit chirping on the sidelines as well as Downey.
Oh, so it's not just Downey,
no,
it's
so
the
I'm pretty
team.
sure I dedicate that match to our box.
Okay, I like that. So, all right. Could you tell us a little bit more? So Sarah, she's subbing in for you. Can you tell us a little bit more about her game?
Yeah. So yeah, Sarah's actually been playing for a long time, probably 5 or 6 years.
Okay.
So sister to Andrea Coop, who you probably all know pretty well. So, but she hasn't actually played for about 4 years. So she's been playing probably pretty consistently about maybe 9 months to a year. But yeah, she has a really good, consistent game. Especially her angles, like you'll see a lot of her drops are super sharp angled and her ding's angled as well. But she can also drive that ball really, really good.
Okay, that's amazing insight, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, yep. All right,
So,
well, thank you
yeah, I
for
gotta join
asking
my
a few
team.
questions. Good luck out there.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, time in, guys. Getting started here. Our last mixed doubles match. Let's play pickle. Good start by the Tropics.
All right, it is 2-0. Unforced error there, very uncommon for Connor. just missed. She got 2 net courts before that, which were nice. That one just didn't go to her way. All right, 1 more net court. There's a lot. 2-2.
Great drive
All
by
right.
Sarah.
And that's exactly what I said with Downey is their team, you know, their team chemistry I think would actually work. Sarah's a big drive and Connor can crash.
That was a great read by Connor on that one.
Yep. Once again, so just their dynamic works really well together. Sarah hits a big drive and Connor can come in and close it.
Good finish up the middle.
Yep. Connor left it up just a little bit too high. 2 in the backhand. Kind of lost him some reach there.
Good finish by Connor. Just out. All right, Lucas, let's rewind here for a second. We had the men winning men's for Grand Rapids, right?
Yep.
The women for Flint winning women's. So that's 1-1.
Yes.
We had Jaron and Downey winning mixed, which puts Grand Rapids Rampage at 2-1.
Yes.
All right.
So, exactly.
Grand Rapids Rampage currently winning 6-5.
Wow. Connor,
Good
way to
hands.
play.
That aggressive up the middle is really serving him well.
Yeah.
So if we want to see another single showdown, we need the Flint Tropics to come away with the win on this one.
Hit the net,
some
win
not
in.
love.
Yeah, and the Flint Tropics need to win this one if they want to have a chance of having that #1 seed.
Think they got what it takes?
I think they do. You know, I was thinking in my head, though, when Chris and Matt were in the men's doubles match, and they were actually doing really well, I thought if they win that one, this is going to singles showdown, no matter what.
I'm curious to know why after this point. What was in your head on that one?
Oh, Matt didn't have the
Smart
middle.
spot.
Yeah, kind of going back on why is if Chris and Matt pulled off a win in men's doubles, Shannon and Molly are so solid in women's. Wow.
Sharp angles out of Connor's paddle.
Keep it away from Connor. That should be the game plan for the Tropics.
Yep.
See, if I were the Tropics, every single ball, keep it away from Connor. He's on fire.
Got a cackle of C's coming out of the Grand Rapids Rampage bench. I don't know if that's directed at Chris so much as it is just to hype up their own teammates.
No, I believe it's directed at Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to give him
Chris
the benefit of the
started
doubt.
it. The Rampage continued with it, and Chris said, not original, but Rampage said, I didn't care.
I guess it doesn't have to be original if you're winning. You can just kind of make it your own.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, 11-6. Grand Rapids Rampage are dominating this finals mixed match of the game. Let's see if they can keep it going and win this one and avoid a single showdown.
11-6, anybody's game here. Although the pattern has been the people that come out above on the side out have been winning the games.
Yeah, we've seen that pattern, and we've seen timeouts working.
Yep.
Every time Chris says C, I swear I hear Downey yell out C. Just out.
It was out. I am interested to see why they haven't hit away from Connor yet.
Good drive by Matt.
That ball was
Just
to
deep.
Connor. Connor's on fire.
Great playing by Sarah. Really good patient point.
Oh,
I like it. I like the aggressiveness.
yeah.
You're up by several points there. I think that's the right move. Flint definitely need to put together a few points here.
It was just out, but Connor was able to put an overhead away again. Or not away, but he was able to really dictate that point from the start.
Wow. I was surprised Connor didn't take that, but it ended up working out.
I'm too.
Sarah hit a really good shot.
Yeah.
Didn't try to do too much. 14-9. Connor just displaying hands of absolute steel.
If I'm the Tropics, there needs to be an emergency timeout. And they have to talk about, how can I get Connor out of this?
Do you think that's going to come from the bench, or do you think one of the
needs
two
to
out
be,
there?
yes.
Yeah. It's got to happen now, right? You would think.
16-9.
16-9. Chris is kind of talking about it.
If
You're
they
asking?
don't
Yep,
do
there
it, Connor
is.
will take over this game.
They did it.
All right.
I think they were waiting for the perfect moment there.
Yep.
Down by 7. I think that was the right call. What are the Flint Tropics talking about right here to turn things around?
I hope exactly what I said. I really think that's the difference maker right now is that. Now, when they initially went to Sarah, Sarah was hitting some awesome drives and Connor was able to come in on them, but I really do think you have to test that out again.
Heard some more C's.
I think so. And that's Chris for you. That's the Flint Tropics. Chris, there's going to be some noise. It's not over yet. I did say, you asked me earlier, what's a big league in rally scoring?
Yeah, yep.
And I said 10. So we're not there yet.
If this feels big, though.
It does.
16-9,
It
especially
feels big.
with the way these points have been going. It almost seems like the Tropics are going to have to do something completely different to turn things around, keeping it away from Connor. But Sarah's playing really solid, so I don't even know if that's going to do it. That just fell in.
That was one in.
Just so fast up the middle there by Connor.
Yeah, he's playing lights out. Sarah's playing lights out as well.
Connor called that out. I don't know about that.
Me neither.
I couldn't tell from this angle, but all right, we got a challenge.
The
We'll
Tropics
see.
challenge, I think you kind of have to at this point.
Yeah,
You're
no,
down.
and I think even if that was in and they saw it in, it was probably a smart challenge just to get that timeout.
Absolutely. when this is the score.
We have the two GMs smack talking each other.
It's
I love it.
hilarious. We're in the best spot for it. We're literally right in the center of both of the benches, so we can hear it.
Yeah, and you know me, I'm all about the smack talk.
Yeah.
I was talking about it earlier. Can't get enough of it. Let's go back to this this Jotto. We have another question here. Guys, get out the phone, scan the QR code, give us the answer to this question. And the question is, what's your pickleball community like? Lucas, you and I share a pickleball community for the most part here in Brighton. What an awesome facility this is.
Yeah,
It's really
great.
brought everybody together, the top players, everybody that loves the game, from 3-0s to 6-0s. I mean, this is about as good as it gets here in Brighton. So this is my pickleball community. I know it's yours as well. Let's hear from you guys out there what your pickleball community is like. Tell us kind of what the good and the bad and the ugly is. Love to hear it. Tell us a little bit more about Brighton, though.
Yeah, Brighton, I think you hit it spot on. We bring a lot to the table. You know, it's not me. It's everybody here around the front desk, the owners, Sam, all of the players here that are members or guests. They all make it happen, and so much more.
What's so cool? I was playing yesterday, and we had Sam, you know, the director, top pro here, and Brennan, the owner, one of the owners of the facility. We needed a third and a fourth. Those two guys jumped in.
Yeah, that's exactly what
they
it
didn't
is.
have to do that, but they did. They love pickleball. They love their members. They treat everybody like great. It was just, it was so awesome. So
Yeah,
I
think-
appreciate them. I love the fact that we're able to be here playing in their facility. So
Yep.
big shout out to the Brighton Pickleball.
Yep.
Club.
Huge. Yep. All right. So we have the challenge here. I'm not exactly sure how it's gonna go. The ref
I'm going to go in on
The
that.
ref just said the call stands.
Okay, it was out. Thought we were going to get a C out of Downey on that one. She's got a good talking game.
Wow.
Good setup drive there by Sarah. Connor ready to pick up the slack, put the point away.
Yep. Sarah with the big drive, and Connor's right there to finish it. That's great partnership there.
(18-11). Tropics need to put together a run here. Otherwise, this game is going to be over quick. To start. I think Connor maybe was trying to do a little bit too much on that.
Yeah, that's a really hard shot. Ooh. 19-12. Oh, 2012 actually.
Oh, 2012. We have the freeze on.
Wow.
He
Will
bought-
that be like Chris's overhead last game?
I-
Will the momentum switch like that?
I was just thinking the same thing. He wanted to finish it on that. It seems like when Connor goes hard middle, he's successful.
Yeah.
For the majority of the time in this game. They do it. A bit of a runaway. 21-13 for the Rampage. They stay on top, Lucas.
They do. The #1 seed coming into today stayed on top. They're still the #1 seed. Wow.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reissue my challenge. Somebody out there with a pro team, whether it be Major League Pickleball, Challenger team, Andrea Coop, come out here and play your sister. Travis Rettenmeyer, show us what you got down there in Florida. Come play our teams. I bet you we win. All right, let's go back for a second. We had a Jotto question. It was, what celebrities would you like to see join the game? Who did you say?
Well, I said
said
one,
Kevin
and
Hart.
then I realized, oh, I think he already plays the
He already
game because I
plays.
seen him have an appearance over at Bash. At least the photos told me so. But I think it would be hilarious to see. he would be making jokes while he's playing and running around just slamming the ball at you. That would be my celebrity to see.
All right.
Who would yours be? Celebrity to see join the game.
There's one that, actually there's two. The first one, I think Artie plays, Leonardo DiCaprio. I've heard that he plays. I don't know if he's any good. I've heard that he's at least hit a ball with a paddle. I'd like to see him play. I think it's a perfect sport for him. The second is Tom Brady, who I believe is involved in one of the ownership groups for Major League Pickleball. I don't know which one.
Okay, so a lot of these guys are actually involved.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard to find a celebrity that isn't involved.
Right.
I mean, you know, I think I looked at a statistic. I don't know how true it was, but like 20% of Americans or, you know, people in the U.S. have played pickleball. So huge majority of people have played. And throwing celebrities, I would say most of them have probably played pickleball.
Who's the most famous person you've ever played with?
Famous person I've ever played with.
Besides me.
Besides you? Well, I think a lot of the people, the celebrities or the professional sports players that I play with over at Bash Pickleball Club, so like Golden Tate or Chris Draper, you know, just professional sports players.
Well, those guys are no joke.
Yeah, they're no joke.
They're 5-0s, right?
Yeah, they're good players. So
Yeah.
I've had the pleasure of playing with them, and very athletic, strong players. I know Nick Hernandez plays with Chris Draper often. How about you? Who's the most famous player you've played with?
That's a good question. I'm going to have to think about that one.
Okay.
You know what? I would have to say, you know what? Probably some of the guys out here. I mean, I can't think of really anybody else that I'd want to highlight besides the players that we have playing, and you know, the success that they've had on the tour and the followings that they have on social media. They really put us in a good spotlight in Michigan. I think that we have, in terms of the pickleball scene here, I would put us probably second to Florida in terms of talent-wise, and a lot of it, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to philosophize for a second, okay? I think that Michigan has the second most talent in terms of pickleball out of anywhere else in the country. And I think the reason why is the same reason why Florida is so good, is because we have the same kind of older group moving between the two states. And they've established pickleball communities before most other areas in the country. We have a lot of the snowbirds in Michigan that go down to Florida and they play, and they come back here and they play. Well, that allowed a lot of the younger players to start early on playing with their grandparents and their parents. And as a result, we have a tremendously high skill level in Michigan, something that I don't think is respected enough countrywide.
Yeah,
but I'm going to go out there and I'm going to say that we have the second highest skill level out of all the states in the country.
Okay, so over Arizona.
Over Texas. The only state that I think that we're behind is Florida, and only because we have that large pocket of like the Anna Bright and J-Dub and Gabe and now Ben. They're all down there and playing in Florida. So
yeah, I mean, they have, you think of the PPA Tour, you know, they have everything. In a couple states, they kind of ruled the PPA, just a few states. Michigan, you have a few of the girls on top. Not too many guys playing the PPA Tour, if any. So it's interesting to see you think so highly of Michigan, which we love. You know, me as one of the players, but yeah, interesting take.
Also a little bit biased.
I know.
So, you know, you know what, unabashedly so. I think that honestly, I'd be comfortable betting on our state against anybody else. And we may have an opportunity to see that here with the Duper National Championships coming up between the different state pro leagues. So we have the opportunity to send our best team out there against the best pro teams from other states. What do you think about that?
That's a great opportunity. I mean, if we can put your bet on the line, see if you're right. Why wouldn't we do it, right? Who would you send out? Who's our best team?
I mean, you got to go with the number one, Grand Rapids Rampage.
Grand Rapids Rampage, okay.
How can you not?
Yeah,
they've proven themselves against the rest of the squads, and they've come out on top. So I will be curious to see season end where things stand, right? Who actually ends up winning the whole thing. But regular season, the Rampage have consistently done well. I think if you took different parts from different teams, right? So if you took the women from the Flint Tropics, they may be the best in the whole league.
Okay.
If you took, maybe a single showdown, I'd probably go with the Lansing Loons being the best in the league. We haven't gotten to see them out there yet, but Sam and Nick are two of the best. Obviously, everybody's so good, but if I just had to take pieces of everybody and make a hybrid, that's what I would go with.
All right.
What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're spot on. I mean, the Grand Rapids Rampage as a team has been so dominant. And then, obviously there's so many captains, so there's great players all over the place. You have Casey, the highest rated player in Michigan. I mean, he has to be a name you think about when you think of kind of assembling a team in Michigan. And so many other great, men and women. But Grand Rapids Rampage, as a team, as it stands, my number one pick.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, they look really solid.
Oh, solid, yeah. Here we have some games coming up. We have the Lansing Loons against the Flint Tropics. The Flint Tropics aren't leaving us yet.
Nope. We get to see the women out there again dominate, and hopefully Chris can come away with a win on his side of things. Hopefully they can maintain that second seed, which is going to be important for playoffs. I'm gonna guess that when everything's all said and done, we are going to see a championship matchup between Grand Rapids Rampage and the Flint Tropics. So something similar to what we just saw.
Okay.
It's going to be really interesting to see if that ends up happening and kind of what it looks like once things are, hey, this is for money. Once that pressure's being placed on the players, how that changes things.
Yep. Yeah, I totally agree. I'm excited to see how it plays out, who comes up on top. Does the Rampage hold that spot like people think they do? Or does some team develop? I mean, there's a lot of time between, what was our first week? Our first day.
March, right?
Was in March. So that's a while from when our championship is. So that's something people definitely need to take into account is teams can get better together.
All right, we're going to take a short little breather here. We are going to be back on at 7 o'clock. Lucas and I are going to go on there and do some hands battles and show you guys what pickleball's all about.
Let's do it.
I'm just kidding. We could actually if you wanted to.
No.
But, yeah, stay tuned. We've got a really good matchup coming up. Lansing Loons, they have yet to pull away with a win, but they are one of the most talented teams out there. Skill-wise, they have some of the best players, so we're going to see if they can turn things around, get a win over the Flint Tropics. Meanwhile, the Flint Tropics are going to try and maintain that second seed. Let's see if they can do it. All right, stay tuned, folks.
What's your duper? Butcher Duper.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. If you hear the madman in the back, that is Chris Walker getting everybody hype for the Flint Tropics. We're about to start our last match of the game between the Lansing Loons and the Flint Tropics. We got women's doubles out there first. Lucas, welcome everybody to the from the Selkirk app as well. Thank you, Selkirk. We're getting started here. Let's play some pickle. That was just out.
Ooh. Kate coming out aggressive. I actually really like it. You know, she tells me she's confident with her game. All right, so the Flint Tropics are undefeated on the women's side. Will the Lansing Loons ladies take them down?
Will they be able to unseat the queens out there?
Yeah.
Great shot. Good side set there by.
I actually think the Flint Tropics and Lansing Loons are like really close. This could go either way in my eyes.
All right, good turnaround there by the Tropics. Okay, everybody. We've said this before, but pull out your phone, scan the QR code down there in the bottom. This is the one and only opportunity, exclusive opportunity for Jato. What you're going to do is you're going to pull out your phones, you're going to scan the QR code, you're going to click on Let's Go, click on video, and show us where you're watching from. We want to see it. Lucas and I did it. We had the best one so far.
We did.
Give us something crazy.
Best one so far. That might.
Although I did like the lake one.
Yeah, we might. It's pretty close.
There's the lake one again. Great shot.
Ooh, very close. Great point. I like this partnership of the Lansing Loons. Lucia's resetting really nicely right now, getting her paddle there early, nice and simple. And Kate's coming out with power. I like it.
Yeah, Kate's looking really good and super aggressive there.
Yeah. She's not afraid to miss. You can see there.
5-3.
5-3.
I think we have a sub here for the Lansing Loons, Lucas.
Yeah, we actually do. It's Lucia White. I know her pretty well, or really well, actually. I've played with her for a while now. I don't get the chance as much anymore, but she's a great player.
What do you like about her game? That ball
I said
just
it
out.
earlier, it's simple. You know, when you watch her form, it looks good, right? There's no huge swings. There's not too much wrong with her game at all. You know, I would compare it to Molly's in a sense of she's really good resetting, really consistent. I don't think she comes from a heavy tennis background like a lot of these girls here do.
Really good deep return on that.
Wow. Man.
I don't know who had the yeah there, but
it was Cade.
Feeling the energy for sure.
Yep.
There's Lucia White there. Duper Brady 5.38 for really solid stuff there from out of Commerce, Michigan.
Six, seven.
Kate on that one. She turned to her partner and said, "I like that." So even though her partner missed, she was keeping the energy really positive. Good partner. And they got the point back.
Okay. Well, this is the first time I've seen the Flint Tropics not really in control on the women's doubles. Yeah, it looks like the Lansing Loons are really dictating how the points are going right now. See if the Tropics can figure out a way to change that up.
I mean, this would be really amazing. They literally have not lost yet. And the Loons really need a win.
Wow, what a point.
One away from taking the end change at 11-6.
10-6.
Right down the middle. They've
Great
done
form. Look how she planted herself. She was balanced. Boom. That was great.
it. The Loons have come out absolutely firing.
Amazing.
They needed to against the women for the Flint Tropics. What do the Tropics need to do to turn things around? Or is it already out of hand? I would say that they need to keep things from popping up. You tell us how they do that.
Keep things from popping up. I'd say that's one of the hardest, questions to answer. That's like the most common question I hear as a coach is, I pop up, all right? But that's really what pickleball is how to make the opponents pop the ball up.
All right, we see there the playoff picture coming up. Rampage are in first, followed by the Tropics, Loons in last. They need a win here to establish some momentum going into next season. Push that one just out. Tropics got the ball back. 7-11.
Right.
Good start out of the end change. When you hear 7-11, is there anybody in the world that doesn't think slushy?
I don't think so. I know some of the people I coach, when they say 7-11, they're like, oh, shoot. He's making me play the drill 7-11 again.
Yeah. Which is one of the best pickleball drills for practicing doubles. Would you agree?
100%.
Was that in?
I think it was in. That's explosive. We can see it on the replay, too. Boom.
Just
Really
out.
explosive.
I think they just called it out.
Oh, they called it out? Okay. No challenge as well.
No challenge. 9-12. Reset. Let's see if we can get more resets. More resets. I mean, a reset clinic into a win on the point.
Okay. Wow, we have a game here. Turned around. So 11-12. Flint Tropics are down by 1, but the momentum has changed.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing with rally scoring too, is momentum. What a drop.
Okay. So
Drip? What do we call that? Drip? Drive drop?
drive drop, I would think so. Yeah.
A drip. Whatever it is, that was a
Whatever it is, it
super
was a sweet
talented
shot.
shot. Another lob. That one worked really well. Yeah. That was an offensive lob.
Yeah, they've changed the flow of this match, right? The
How have they done
Tropics
it?
Lobs. I really actually do think Cade isn't playing as aggressive this match as she should. Or not match, but this side out.
Yeah.
side change. So
Have the Tropics done something different to neutralize her?
yeah, for sure. Their strategy has changed. But Cade, you can see on some of those middle balls, she's letting Lucia have them. Whereas the first point of this match, she came out here and took it. I think she should keep doing that.
I mean, they were down by, what, 4? They're now up 2.
Yep. Oh, great lob again.
Felt like the Loons really needed that to turn things around.
Yeah. But the Tropics, you know, Molly really played a strategic shot there with the lob. Lucia just hit some amazing shots there. Boom. That's great. So really aggressive third shot drop from the Lansing Loons, and they closed in as soon as they seen that, right away.
What do you think? Too aggressive up the middle on that?
Yeah. It's hard when it's so low there to hit it that hard and to keep it in.
Flint with the ball back and the lead. They're going to want to extend it here. And they don't.
Wow.
Loons have tied it back up. 15-15. Cade playing really solid.
Yes. You can see with her two in the back end, she's very wristy. Whereas there's other people that aren't quite as wristy with that two in the back end.
It works for her.
It does.
Good serve. Got the missed return. The Flint Tropics needed that point, and they are feeling it from the bench to the players. You could see the energy on that point. Immediately followed by a super quiet moment there in the facility. No way. No way.
Wow. Cade with the 200 back end.
She stayed with that entire point from the very beginning.
What a point.
The Tropics looked like they kind of had it,
Yeah.
even though they were at the baseline kind of
great
defending.
defense. Great
Just felt like they were
defense.
about to put one away, and then Cade said no. Wow, really good, consistent dinks there.
Yeah.
He's a really solid player. Up by 2, 18-16. Critical point of the game here. 3 away from the win.
Wow.
The Tropics are keeping it close. 1 point game on the paddle of Shannon, 17-18. Just a little deep. What is it about that shot that seems to always go out, where you're kind of coming in off of a return? Is it footwork?
Just 1 second. Can you say that again?
Off the return on that, when you
Yes.
come in, you step in to make that I don't know, fourth drive.
Yeah, I think it's tricky, especially if you don't split step.
Okay.
If you're moving through it, it's so easy to miss longer into the net. Ooh, just out. And there we have it. We have the freeze. The Lansing Loons are stuck at a freeze. If they win this point, they have the game, though.
Let's see if they can take it. They do.
Wow.
What a shot up the middle there to finish it.
So wristy. That's deceptive. You know, I had no idea that she was speeding it up, and Tropics definitely didn't as well.
It kind of gives her a lot of options, though, if she can be risky like that and still keep it in.
Yeah, if we watch that replay, watch.
There we
She
go.
gets there, and last second, boom.
Yeah.
That's really tricky to defend because you don't know if she's going to dink it, speed it up, go down the line. Where is she going? She went down the middle.
Yeah, if I were Molly on that, I would be thinking it's going down the line.
Exactly. And, I mean, such a shallow dink, you wouldn't think she's able to speed it up. But, hey, if you're deceptive, you can speed up low balls, and they'll work.
All right, so we have men's doubles coming up. We've already been introduced to Chris Walker and Matt Krakowski. The men for the Loons are going to be Nick Romano, and Sam Khalid. What do we like about Nick's game?
I like his consistency. His third shot drop is awesome. All right, it's one of his favorite shots. One of the most consistent third shot drops I see out of any player. And you pair that up with Sam, a very explosive, aggressive player, you have a really dangerous team. Now you have Chris Walker. We've seen him play today. Super consistent. You know, his form a lot of times is just right on. You know, he gets low, he stays low, his paddle face is in the right spot. And Matt, we've seen him as well, super aggressive. So here we have a player profile for Sam. His duper is 5.68. I've had the pleasure of playing with him in a tournament. Great player.
You guys both recently rocking some PPA silver medals.
Hey, we'll take it, right?
What was the big thing for him out there in the New England Open as your partner? What did you like out of his game that allowed you guys to bring home some hardware?
Two things I love about Sam. One is his aggression really allows me to play aggressive, right? When he hits his drop shots, they allow me to move up and play my game. So I love partnering with him for that reason, is he hits nice aggressive shots. And two is his mentality really changed. His mental side of the game has developed over the last 2 months. It's night and day, right? So working with him and, you know, playing with him every single day, I have seen a night and day difference between his game. He's so mentally stable now, and it helps me as a partner. Here we have the profile for Nick Romano.
Another good player with really strong results on the PPA Tour. He partners up with the other captain, or another captain rather, out here in the league, Connor Mogul. I think from my perspective, one of the strongest parts of his game is deception. Yep. He's one of the trickiest guys out there with power, and to have both is rare, especially at his level, and the way he's able to utilize both. So really excited to see him and Sam play together here. What do you like about Nick's game?
Nick, like I said, his drop shot's money. That thing is smooth, but also, like you said, deceptive. He's not an orthodox player all the time. He can switch it up, which throws a lot of people off, especially in tournament settings. Here we have the player profile for Chris Walker, 5.1 duper rating. Brock said when we interviewed him or talked to him that's too low for him.
Yeah, I would agree.
Chris Walker's a great player, so
he's got the best arms on tour.
Hey, you keep saying that, I'll give it to Chris, right? I don't know. You have Sam over there, so
yeah, Sam's pretty jacked.
Yeah, Sam needs one of those cutoff shirts too.
No, what I like about Chris is the energy. He's constantly keeping his team in it. He's staying focused. He's positive. He never gets negative. Like, a guy with that much energy and always able to stay positive is super nice to see.
Yeah. Here we go, Matt.
One and only Matt Krakowski, not to be undone. Super solid duper rating, 5.645 overall. Like, one of the most solid guys out there. Lucas, you filled in for him. I thought you did a great job. But those are big, big shoes to fill. What do you like about his game?
I like it a lot. You know, left-sider, no doubt. He's a left-sider. Has explosive. Oh, actually, I just noticed something. Paddle change, right?
What do we got?
Last game he was using the mod, and you could tell. This game he has the paddle. He used last time in the Michigan Pickleball League when he played, and he also used this paddle when he played one of the money balls we had here at BPC. I think it's, I forget the name of all these paddles, but that paddle I've seen a lot of high-level people use. Really powerful. It's a thin paddle, so
yeah,
super
it looks
poppy.
very thin. What is it,
let's
like
see
a 10?
Let's see it. Stop swinging.
Is it a 10? 10 millimeter?
I don't know. I do know it's really
Maybe a
thin.
12.
Yep. It says Body Helix on it, and that's a shirt on his, you know, he's wearing the Body Helix shirt. So
Sounds like a club in New York City.
Yeah.
Going to the Body Helix tonight. Yeah. Brock turned around and looked at me. I don't know if he heard me or what, but he gave me a look. All right, we're about to get started here at men's doubles.
I know a lot of these people, especially men's doubles, are friends with each other. So Sam, Nick, Chris, all good friends. They've been playing with each other for years now, or at least a year.
Can we get a Lucas prediction?
Lucas prediction. I'd go with the Lansing Loons. Personally, the Lansing Loons are a super solid team. Great players, friends of mine. My partner's over there, so I'm going to always be biased to that. But Chris Walker, a friend of mine, I love his play style too. So, how about you? What's your prediction?
I like the energy that I've seen out of Chris today. I'm going to go with the Flint Tropics.
Flint Tropics. All right, we're against each other again. Who won the first time we bet against each other?
I think we both won because we got to see a single showdown.
No. I think I won.
All right, fine. Good spot there by Chris. All right, we'll get the score going here.
Oh, Chris is making some noise.
Are you surprised?
No, but that's more than I've ever seen. Chris, I do know this. When Chris plays a tournament, his first instinct is speed up. You know, in rec games, that's not it. But in tournaments, his first instinct has been to speed up. Yes, I knew Chris's instinct was to speed up. You've seen it there. It's going to keep going.
What is it about his game that lends itself to that initial instinct?
I think it's tournament. When you bring all that energy, speed up comes with it.
Good hands. Sam gave him kind of like a wry smile there at the end. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, meh, that's good. 2-2. Good pace there by Sam.
Okay, something else to note. Sam's actually on the left side, which is new for the Lansing Loons. Previously, Nick has been starting on the left side. So we'll see how Sam does over there.
You think this was a conscious decision by the two men here to switch it up?
Yeah. I know it was.
3-3. Great shot there by Matt, putting it at Sam's feet. Such a hard ball to handle. Great shot there by Nick.
Wow. Matt with a great counterattack, no matter how low it was.
Great shot by Nick. So, Matt turned around and gave him the old golf clap with the paddle.
If you know Nick, you know that's the annoying part about playing against Nick.
Just,
Is he pulls stuff like this,
Yeah.
and it's normal for him.
Early defense.
Oh, wow. Good job, Lansing Loons.
kind of pulling away a little bit here. 3-point lead for the Loons. What kind of serve we're going to get? A little loopy. These points are going quick, Lucas. This feels like some pretty aggressive pickleball.
Yeah, Sam and Nick, no doubt, they're overpowering. If Sam and Nick are on, it's hard to stop. Ooh, hit the top of the net. Those misses hurt, but they happen to everybody.
Game of inches. Great drop.
Speed up will come.
Good call on that. Pretty much came off Nick's paddle the second you said it.
I knew these guys were speeding up.
They want to keep the fire hot. What a point. A ball left up just a bit. Sam was all over it, but just pushed it wide.
It was, but that's a hard one to snap on, especially when it's so shallow. Out.
Two of those.
That's one of Sam's signature shot, the backhand flick.
Yeah.
You know, misses come for everybody. I don't think it's a problem for theirs, though.
Good eye there by Matt. Let that one go.
Oh. I do think it definitely is pretty annoying to be the Lansing Loons with Chris Walker just making every shot back.
He's a very vocal player. I don't know if you guys can hear this at home, but every shot is I don't know, like, eh. Give me your best, Chris Walker.
Oh, I don't know.
Come on, Lucas.
That might be clipped.
Yeah.
That was Alex, by the way.
Yeah, it's effective, whatever he's doing.
Just out.
Deep. Tropics have it.
10-10. This is a game.
See if they can get the lead on the end change. Loons say no. They have the lead on the end change. This is back and forth, Lucas.
It's so funny to me watching Sam play because I play with him so much. I know exactly what's going through his head.
We got here our Duper prediction brought to you by Duper. You know what's so funny is I actually think that the win probability percentage is right on this, but the way that the Tropics have been playing together and the energy that Chris brings in this team format, I don't think it's accurate. Because if this were, a tour style, right, like a PPA.
Yep, 3, yep.
I think this would make sense, right? But the way Chris feeds off of the team atmosphere, it's a little bit different.
It is. It changes everything. Riley scoring with Chris's energy changes.
Yeah. It's sort of like, Zane Navratil, right, with MLP and how he's sort of that leader out there and the OG of MLP and how he's just constantly a winner.
Yeah.
Chris has that same type of energy, that same type of leadership.
He's a Zane Navratil. I love it.
We had, I think, 2 swings at that ball by Matt. Thanks to the net. One-point game still, Lucas.
Really good dinks from Sam. That's one of his strengths for sure, no doubt.
Really good placement there by Matt. That control is really impressive.
Yeah, Sam didn't expect him to go to his left side of his body. Oh, Nick. Let's get that on replay.
There's no part of Nick that feels bad about that.
Right in that.
He's like, sorry. Sorry, but I'm really happy about that
Yeah,
shot because that was a really good shot.
Pretty much what he's thinking.
Oh, Sam, that was some really, really high skill pickleball.
Sam is playing lights out.
Tropics got it right back. You can hear Chris and Matt keeping each other up, getting that energy going. They need to put one together here.
13,
You can
15. Wow, this is close.
It's close, but you can almost feel the Loons ready to kind of pull away with this. See if the Tropics can end that. There's another point for
That's exactly what
the
I
Loons.
thought. You know, I was kind of zoned off on the score. I looked up, it's 13-15. I was surprised.
Yeah, it's closer than what it seems like out there. Kind of an awkward shot there by Nick, but good finish overall. I think that ball would have landed in, so it was a good job that Nick stuck with that. Just dominating up the middle.
Yeah, I would have liked Chris to speed up one of those. Just because when Nick and Sam speed up, it's not a good look. Wow. That's a highlight point.
Yeah, that was. I mean, the hands by both Matt and Sam to keep that point going, and then Matt to finish it was
That's
really
a highlight
good.
point.
What do they say now? Clip it? Clip that. Unreal drop there by Nick with the tongue out.
And that all happened because of a miscommunication between Chris and Matt.
Both going back.
Yep. They didn't know who took it. 15-19. This is a game where the freeze absolutely will matter. It's only 4 points. If they get to 20, it's only 5. It's not like a 10-point lead.
No, this definitely can get a lot closer.
Wow.
Great composure by Matt on that.
So I was going to say, why didn't Chris speed up? That's why he didn't speed up. He trusts his partners with counterattacks.
Good lead by Sam. All right, they're at 20, Lucas. Can they finish it?
Let's see.
Can the Loons finally get their first win of the season? Good spot by Chris.
Some noise. Yep, 17-20. We've seen the Tropics first week against Ann Arbor Arctics, and a similar thing happened. Tropics did not let off.
Came all the way back.
Ooh.
All right, Loons have another chance to put this one away. Let's see if they can do it. Little delayed time out there by Chris with a smile. All right, we're going to jump to a commercial. We'll be right back.
What's your duper?
All right.
We're back.
Here we go.
Oh,
he
and
finishes
it's
it
game.
with some spice.
22-20.
Like a flying backhand.
Oh, no,
there.
21-17. I got the score wrong. Sorry, guys. 21-17, end of that game. Okay, Lansing Loons are off to a good start. They're 2-0 going into mixed doubles. Mixed doubles, I don't know who they're going to put out with who. We have Lucia White and Cade Pearson. My guess would be Sam and Lucia, and then Nick and Cade. Reason being is because Nick and Cade have a tournament planned in the near future. It actually might be tomorrow.
Yeah, we've seen them play together in the past, and they've done really well. So I believe you are correct on that one. I really like to see the Loons come away with a win in the last regular season match here for them. They're not going to make the playoffs, I believe. We'll have to check the math on that, but I think that's the way things are shaken out. We know the Tropics have secured a playoff spot, whether it's second or third place. So they're sitting pretty good. If you are the Loons and you know that your playoff hopes are all but shot, what are you thinking about going into this mixed doubles finale?
Oh, I mean, I think these are competitors, right? The thought of, hey, I'm not even in the playoffs, what does it matter, is not the case. I mean, they're playing against friends. I play rec games with these guys, and I know we're competitive. So even though there's not, hey, I might go into the playoffs, it's, I'm not losing to you. That's what's on the line here for Sam and Nick. It's, I'm not losing to you guys. That's really what I think it is. I know Nick and Sam personally, and I know they're competitors. There's no way they want to come out here and lose, especially to the Flint Tropics.
Yeah, I mean, and just going back to the whole concept of Michigan being what it is in terms of competitive pickleball, we have some of the best players in the entire country, and the reason why is because of the competitors that you see out on the court right now.
Yep. So skill is one thing, winning's another.
Yeah, mentality-wise, I mean, these guys are killers.
Yeah, 100%. Skill is winning. No, skill is one thing, winning's another. If you want to win tournaments, you have to have both. So, Chris Walker and Matt, I don't think they're switching anything up. And Matt's going to stick with Molly, and Chris is going to stick with Shannon. I think that's how they're going to play it. It's worked previously in, previous weeks. I definitely think they should come out with the same strategy, keeping those teams.
Yeah, it's tough to justify switching anything up when you've done as well as you have.
Yeah.
For the Flint Tropics.
No doubt.
I think that definitely goes back to Chris being a great recruiter, being able to put together this really good group of talent.
Yeah.
Knowing who's going to play well together.
So, talking about the recruiting, how did these people get recruited to play in the Michigan Pickleball League? Where can or when does the next season start to potentially be recruited? What even happened?
So, for those of you watching at home, I don't know if we've actually talked about this, but I'm the league commissioner. What that means is still being decided. But what I do know is that the team captains are decided early on. They were decided early on. And it was up to the team captains to kind of find their players.
Okay.
So for a guy like Chris, being the team captain of the Flint Tropics, it was up to him to figure out who he wanted on his team recruit those players, incentivize those players to come out here and play for his team. And whatever he did, it was good to get the the group that he has. Same thing with the Loons. Team captain Nick Romano picked his team, found the best players that he could find in the area, and same thing with everybody else. So it was up to the team captains to start. In terms of the next season, the timing of that is still being decided. I would wager a guess that we're probably going to look maybe towards the fall or late summer for a season 2. And I think what we want to do is maybe add some additional teams.
Okay.
Chris Walker and I have been talking a little bit about some ideas in terms of bringing together some more talent and expanding on how many teams we have out here, having sort of an expansion season and how to do that. So everybody stay tuned for some further information. We'll have some announcements on exactly what we're going to do for that. But it's going to be really exciting either way. So.
All right. Well, thanks for that information.
Yeah.
Always good to hear.
Okay, so we have we had Molly up there, Duper in the 5.1 range. Now we have Cade, Duper over 5 as well. Hometown Santa Barbara, California, here in Michigan, playing in the Michigan Pickleball League. Again, just really impressed by her overall skill level. I think her and Nick partner up really, really well. They've looked really solid, even though the team as a whole hasn't had the results that they've wanted. Those two together have been pretty impressive. What do you like about her game?
I mean, I think it's solid, really solid overall. So she comes out, she has power. There's some people that just have natural power, right, and can create power when they hit the ball. She has that. There's other players that don't. She 100% has power, and she also has the skill. So she's hitting great shots in the women's doubles. That's what led them to win, along with Lucia. But overall, her game is great. Power, strategy. She has the mind for it. I really like her game. And Nick is a great partner to her. Nick is usually a great partner to anybody, but for her, it works out. On the other side, we got... Okay, 1 second. Yep, so for the Flint Tropics, we've seen them play previously in previous weeks, and it's been great. They've been on fire. Earlier today, they weren't quite as strong as they were previously, but there's no doubt they'll pull it back. We have the Duper predictions that just came up onto your screen. The win probability here, I would agree with, right?
Okay.
It's really close, leading a little bit to the Loons. I would agree with that. And the average Duper you see is pretty much identical. They're both at 5.4, which is really high Duper rating, especially in mixed. How about you? What are your thoughts? Win probability, average Duper. What does Duper mean?
I think the Duper's got this one right. I think Nick and Cade have the advantage. I think they're both really strong players. Not that Matt and Molly aren't. I mean, those are some of the 2 best players around. But given how much time Nick and Cade have had together on the court, given that Matt's coming off a bit of an injury, yes, I'm going to give the advantage to Nick and Cade.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, we're about to get started here with the first mixed doubles match of the final game of tonight between the Loons and the Flint Tropics. We're bringing on Chris Walker here.
Hey.
Hey, boys. It's good to be here.
How you feeling, Chris?
I'm feeling all right. There's an overhead in that mixed doubles match from the Rampage that is probably going to haunt me for a few weeks here.
We were talking about it a little bit.
We were. We tried not to rub it in because we knew you would be thinking about that one after.
Dude, that hurt. It really hurt. It went up. I saw it. I was already thinking about the celebration.
The worst part was the sound, right? You could almost hear it off the paddle before you saw it go out.
I was just a little bit of the tennis instincts kicked in, and I just kind of had that, that sweeping motion, and not great for pickleball.
So Lansing is winning 2-0 against your team. How are you guys going to pull it back? And does Matt and Molly have it in them to win this game?
For sure. And there they got it. They got it right there.
They got one there.
Yeah, no, Molly is super steady. I think we've seen some of that in the women's. Like she's a wall out there, like really solid. And Matt, Matt plays a lot of mixed doubles. He's a great mixed doubles player. So yeah, there we go, Tropics.
Okay, and something what's your confidence level 1 through 10 with you and Shannon's partnership? What's your confidence level winning the next mixed match against Sam and Lucia?
10 for sure.
Is it
Why
ever
is that?
not 10, Chris? That's the question I have.
I'm not always playing with Shannon, but I think Shannon is an excellent partner. Really good positive attitude out there, and I think she has all the shots. So yeah, I feel real confident playing next to Shannon.
Yeah, we've been giving you a lot of props here, Chris, in terms of the women that you've collected on the Flint Tropics team. Both Shannon and Molly have been some of the strongest players out here in the entire league. How are you able to find them, and what made the difference in terms of picking those two to be on the team?
Yeah, I got introduced to Molly. Molly and Matt are both in Chicago, and Matt had known Molly, so that helped me get Molly. And then I had seen Shannon, seen her name in the tournament. She won the women's APP, and she plays in Cleveland, and she plays with all the top players out there. So yeah, I've seen her around, and I thought that that she would be somebody that be a big fish if we can land her.
Well, you definitely have an eye for recruiting the best talent around. You've done a good job putting together a really solid team, and you guys have made it into the playoffs despite what happens here.
Yeah, I think we got the 2 seed locked up.
I think you have. How are you feeling about your prospects?
Good. It's get into the playoffs is the first step, and so definitely excited about that. Would love to come back and finish strong here, regardless. But no, I'm super excited to be in the playoffs with the Tropics, and anything can happen there.
All right, we are 4-6 on the paddle of Cade. Good serve there. That's going to stay in. Good
Very
point.
wristy. Yep, she caught them off guard again.
There's that wrist that you were talking about, Lucas.
Yeah, it's last minute, just wristy shot. Really catches people off guard. All right.
Great hands by Nick.
Well, Chris, I think your team wants the energy back on the bench. If you wanted to go help them out there, they definitely.
Well, thanks for bringing me in. Appreciate you both being here.
Yeah, thank you.
It's always a pleasure to chat.
Of course.
Absolutely.
A couple fine gentlemen of the game.
No, thanks for coming
thank
on
you
over.
a lot.
Good luck, brother.
Yep.
Hey, thank you.
Good backhand up the middle there by Matt.
And one kind of just slid down the middle. I didn't have a lot of power or had some height on it, but went through the middle. Wow, it was in.
Yeah, she called it in. I think that was the right call.
Yeah, it was high, but it wasn't super hard. You hear a lot of times coaches actually say, shoulder high, let it fly. That's a situation where that doesn't work.
It never works for me, Lucas. Shoulder high is most people's, like, I don't know, bicep high. I'm pretty short.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't exactly use shoulder high, let it fly, because it matters how much topspin are they adding, how hard is it hit. So many factors. 10-6. And thank you again. Great point there. Thank you again to all Selkirk TV viewers. We really appreciate you guys and hope we're doing a great job entertaining you.
Great lob. Covered by Nick. Up the middle, Matt puts it away.
That lob. That lob is great. Now, spectators, Selkirk TV, people from BPC, don't copy that lob. You know, I'm going to see you guys trying to lob every shot now. And as a coach, I'm going to be like, come on.
Lucas, I can tell you this. If I could lob that good, I would every single
Me
shot.
too.
I actually started trying to incorporate the lob into my game a little bit. And what I've noticed is that when it works, it's almost like a breather. Especially when you feel like uncomfortable at the line or somebody has a very aggressive dink and you're kind of out of position, the lob allows you to reestablish yourself. But when it doesn't work, it is the worst feeling in the world because it's like watching a train wreck in slow motion.
100%.
You lob it up and you're like, that's coming back right at my face.
Oh, 100%. And the worst part about the lob, one, it either goes high and you see it float out of bounds, or you get slammed. Right?
That's what happens to me most of the time.
Yes. So that's why I don't recommend it for beginners because, one, they're choosing the wrong time to do it, or two, you just can't hit that lob like Molly hit that one. That was great.
Is there a trick to lobbing? Like, is there a skill set? I mean, give us some insight there.
100%. Number one thing with a lob, choose the right situation to do that. So there's more on that. And then two is be deceptive with it.
Molly wanted an Ernie on that one. Nick took the Ernie instead, and then Kate put it away.
Yeah, that's. Eight 11 here.
There we go.
Nick took over.
Yeah, he was all over that. That felt like a lot of energy. You know, it was one of those points where Nick kind of established himself from the very, very beginning. Good serve.
Okay,
right into the net.
Great. Okay, so that point's over. I wanted to say something. It's in frame right now. Mismatched shoes by Kate over there. We're zooming in on them. What's up with that? Is it style points?
You know what? She had that last week, too, and I swear it gives her an advantage. I don't know what it is about that right shoe being white, but...
I don't know. I like it, though.
I like it, too.
Another thing I wanted to say, viewers, I know if you're like my mom, you bounce around with shoes. Let me watch this point real fast. Okay, I know you bounce around with shoes. And it's tricky because it's not like Yola or Selkirk where everyone uses it. I look around and I see 7 different shoe brands just on the court and on the bench.
So far today we've had untied shoes. We've had mismatched shoes.
Yes. And all different brands. So we have Babolat, K-Swiss, Nike, Monteith, Asics.
Are those Mizunos
so
over
much
there?
more, yeah.
Good drive. What's the thing to look out for in terms of pickleball shoes? Like, what do you personally look for in a shoe?
Let's see. Ooh, great ATP there. It's so much preference. So I think this speaks for itself. How many different brands of shoes there is. There's so much preference involved with it. So if you have a skinny foot, a wide foot, long foot, it all matters. You know, do you like a light shoe or a heavy shoe, stable shoe? You know, there's pros and cons to everything.
All right, we got ourselves a forced timeout. Loons are looking really hot.
Yep.
Able to force the Flint Tropics to call that timeout. If you're the Loons right here, you're going to obviously want to keep the momentum going. What do you do? I mean, you can see Nick and Kate staying on the court. What are your thoughts on that? We've seen, like, you remember when the Johns brothers were playing together, they would often stay on court when the team would call a timeout. What are your thoughts?
I think that's pretty much telling the opponent that we're up, right? We're staying on the court because this is our court, right? You know, just showing them that they're on a roll and they're going to stay on that roll. Right.
Speaking of staying on a roll, by the way, the Rampage have been rolling through this regular season. You can see there the schedule coming up. We have the playoffs June 21st. Rampage are taking that 1 seed. Flint have taken the 2nd seed. it's going to be really exciting. I'm looking forward to that
It
playoff.
has. So semifinals, we have the 1 and the 4 playing against each other, and 2 and 3.
Great roll volley there.
Ooh, just out. They won the point, and she just took a little bit too big of a backswing, something that if you're developing as a player, that backswing's a huge problem.
13-15. Ooh. I was just about to say that that was the best serve I've seen all day, but it just went a little bit far. 16-13.
Wow. That will end up on our Instagram. That was a great point. Way to play, Flint Tropics. Molly, that was great. Matt, that was great. Nick and Cade, keep it up.
That was Nick the entire point, just
That was
taking over.
insane.
If you had seen his face at the end, he kind of gave the smirk to the net, like, if you do that again, I'm going to burn you down. Good cover by Cade.
Oh, we got a match.
Just
This is great.
Athleticism all around there.
That's-
what solid points.
I mean, those are 2 points in a row that both very easily could end up on a YouTube channel, on a Instagram highlight reel. Those were great. Man, I can't help but cheer. Those are 3 spectacular points in a row. If you're spectating here live, you're not leaving anytime soon.
No. They've come back and tied it. They pulled ahead. What an unbelievable momentum change from a timeout taken by the Tropics to a timeout taken by the Lansing Loons.
Yes. And all right, and we're going to go on a quick commercial break.
What's your duper?
All right, we're back. 17-16. See if the Tropics can take it. Oh,
Timeout worked. So far, all the timeouts have worked today.
Is it what is it about the timeout that's working? I mean, it is so consistently working. There's got to be something.
Ooh, first lob she missed. It's been working for them, so keep at it. that just wasn't the best situation to use it.
Wow. She put that ball away with authority.
Absolutely. Well, and something you actually see is she took 1 or 2 steps back before she even hit it. So Molly didn't disguise that one as good as she did the others.
This is game point. Wow. I don't know if you saw that, Lucas, but Nick almost ran through Shannon on the bench.
I did. And I seen Chris stick his leg out to hit him. No, just joking.
No, she put her hands up like, are you going to stop?
Yeah.
And he did, because he's an athlete.
Ooh.
That was close.
They called it out. I would have challenged that if I was the Lansing Loons. No doubt.
Did you see it in?
I didn't. But
Close enough.
Yeah, it's close.
I love when you get the opponent to talk to themselves like Matt was just doing there, right? Yeah. You don't know what they're saying, but you know they're talking to themselves, and usually it's not good if they're doing that. ATP defense.
Oh, and that was game so close to out.
They've taken it. I mean, the defense was the seemed to be the winning component in that one.
Yeah, that was close. 21-19. You've seen the Tropics pull it back together by winning some great points. 3 points in a row that I would really recommend watching to learn some stuff off of, and just so entertaining. But they were down a significant amount, So the Flint Tropics tried their best to pull their way back into it, but the Lansing Loons dominated for a good chunk of the first part of it, and definitely at the end there. So Tropics gave it a fight. It's 3-0 now, so unfortunately the Lansing Loons already beat the Tropics. But fortunately for the Loons, they got their first win.
Yeah, I think that's huge for them. They are, on paper, one of the best teams out here. For some reason, it hasn't really worked out in terms of the actual game results. So to actually see them get a win is really nice.
Yeah, and this is a match I know that these guys are competitors and both want to win once more.
Oh, yeah.
Chris and Sam are previously partners. They've played maybe 4 or 5 tournaments together, maybe less, but around that. And now they are playing against each other, so that's going to be competitive.
Oh, yeah.
Lucia and
both guys
Shannon,
can get a little hot, too. They'll talk to each other.
They're going to talk. Well, Sam recently have calmed it down a lot. But Chris is going to try to get in Sam's head.
Oh, yeah.
And I know Sam, he's going to want to beat Chris. When Chris talks, Sam's going to be ready to put that down.
If he hears a C, he's going to want to respond.
Yeah. He's going to... Never mind, I won't say that one.
What's so cool, though, about these guys is that they both are such good proponents for the game. They have a lot of students. They're both, obviously great competitors and friends, and it's really cool to see them out here competing against each other. Yeah. All right, let's talk about the women. In terms of mixed doubles, what do you like out of Shannon's game?
Yeah, Shannon, she's a beast, She really controls the point. Two-handed backhand is so pretty to watch. Her forehand has great, touch to it, right? When you watch her hit a forehand, you think she's going to make it. There's other people where you're like scared if it's going to go over or not. Not with Shannon. And honestly, the same exact thing with Lucia.
Yeah, I think the the ladies out there are both super talented.
Yeah.
And we've seen that throughout these matches. All right, let's look at the regular season here again. Grand Rapids Rampage taking the #1 spot, Flint taking the 2 spot, and Arbor flip-flopped with Detroit. Thanks to that first match today. That was huge for them. They've got the 3 seed. Lansing, unfortunately, although they won this match, they are out of the playoffs, which are coming up. Lucas, tell us when. June
21st.
There we go.
I'm excited. I know you are.
It's going to be super cool. I mean, it's first ever playoffs in the Michigan Pickleball League. Everybody's done a really good job during the regular season, bringing the fire. The playoffs are going to be even more hype. I think the teams that are in it are representing the league well, and just really excited to see who comes out on top.
So one team didn't make that. That must hurt, being the one team that didn't make the playoffs. But I think it just, you know, the Lansing Loons are so talented, and they still didn't make the playoffs.
I mean, we were talking
insane.
about it in the very first week too. On paper, they're maybe the best team out there. I mean, and I said it, even in the single showdown, I would take Lansing Loons over anybody.
Yeah.
Men's doubles, I would take Sam and Nick probably over just about anybody. But I think it took them maybe a couple weeks to kind of come into their own. We've seen them out here today really establish themselves and dominate. If the season were starting today, I would wager a guess that things would look differently in terms of the ranking. Would you agree?
I agree.
All right. Let's talk about paddles. We've seen a lot today. I see a Yola, a Selkirk, an Engage, and a Carbon. Very diverse. We're about to get started here, but I am curious about what your favorite paddle is that you see out there on the court right now. Not overall, but just what's out there.
Personally, there's 4 paddles out here. My favorite by far is a Yola Perseus 16 millimeter that Sam is using. Now, that's what I use, so of course I love it. And honestly, the feedback from that Yola Perseus 16 millimeter is so positive, right? Another paddle that you see, honestly, all these paddles, the Selkirk, a lot of people that play Selkirk love that Selkirk paddle.
I was just going to say that's my favorite.
It's your favorite?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm a big Selkirk fan. I started out using the Selkirk Evo, and then I went to the Selkirk Halo.
Okay.
And then I had the Selkirk Invicta. And then they have this new Selkirk Halo Pro that I really like.
Okay. Yep. So the Halos are super. I mean, that's the most popular Selkirk I've seen recently is the Halo.
Yeah. People like that paddle a lot.
People love it.
They have that new True Foam.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Okay.
I forget the name
And then
of
obviously you can't forget about Carbon and Engage.
No, also great paddles. All right, here we go. Last mixed doubles match of the night. This is like the longest point we've had so far, Lucas. Somebody had to speed it up, and it was Chris. And he got the point.
All right, great overhead by Sam. Chris got his paddle on it. Props to him for that. Almost got it back.
Great defense by Chris. Oh, and just as I say that, put one into the net. But overall, really athletic.
Something, if you're new to pickleball, 3-0 to 4-0 level, I want you to pay attention where these high-end players finish, where their follow-through finishes.
Specifically, what are you looking at?
So on their ground strokes, serves, return of serves, drives, look at these first 3 shots and check out where their follow-through finishes. So on dinks and drop shots, you'll see a little bit different of a follow-through. I want you to check out the follow-through on Sam's serve here one more time. Ooh, just out.
He was on that.
He was. That's usually Sam's specialties, fast hands.
Yeah, I can attest to that. Drilling with him, he's got some wicked fast hands.
Ooh. All right, Lucia and Sam mentioned something. I couldn't quite hear it, but I do know it was some sort of strategy.
Any guesses as to what
Yeah,
they're thinking?
I looked at Lucia's hands, and she kind of pointed up, like their balls are hitting up.
Okay.
So that's my best guess is, hey, let's make sure we're expecting them to attack even if it's low.
At Flint. Great dink there.
6-4. Nice drop shots by the Lansing Loons there. Way to get them up to the kitchen.
How do you get at the kitchen line to have the opponent put it into the net like that? Because it's not a hard spot, but it seems like wherever she put that almost always goes back into the net. Is there a particular spot that's causing that?
Not quite. So you said when Shannon hit into the net?
Yeah, yep.
Well, the reason why Shannon missed into the net is because she tried to go behind Sam.
Okay.
Right? So misdirection, which is usually the highest odds of missing. When you try to change the direction of the ball, that's when your odds of missing goes up. That's why you see the cross-court to cross-court dink battles a lot, is because they don't change the direction, which is the highest chance of missing, if that makes sense.
It does. As does that blistering drive by Sam, scoring a point. 8-5. Good patient point. Again, Loons are just looking really solid. Sam taking over court there.
Wow. Great play.
Chris wants that one back. Five.
Sam said it.
Sam saying it touched him. Chris is saying no way. What do you think, Lucas?
Sam said that touched you.
He said it immediately,
and Chris
too.
said absolutely not.
I think that was more of Sam's lizard brain saying, this is what I really want to have happened.
Wow. Lucia, way to play.
Lucia's looking really solid this game. Really impressed by her on this mixed doubles match. All right. Loons have it at the switch here. They're looking really good compared to what they've done earlier this year. Not that they've been necessarily bad, but there just seems to be more consistency.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. And I see Sam so confident with Lucia right now. He's not taking too much. He's trusting her so much. And that's great for a partnership. They should be really confident, up 11-5, especially against Shannon and Chris. You know, I asked him, on a scale 1 through 10, how confident are you that you're going to beat Sam?
Oh, I remember.
And
He said 10 within
10 out of 10.
1/10 of a second.
Yeah.
Right.
But
I mean, there was no hesitation there.
Oh, he in his head, no doubt.
Yeah.
But Sam right now, I know in his head, no doubt.
Yeah, Sam is equally confident. One thing I like too about Chris's game is that I don't know if you saw there at the end change, that little break. He was right in Shannon's ear, talking to her, keeping positive, making sure his team was still in it mentally, which is what a captain needs to do.
Yep.
Big respect for Chris there. Well, Shannon put that ball in the corner like it was talking back against her, so she's got some overhead power.
That was nice. 7-11.
7-11, slushy.
It was out. Chris, what? That's a new Chris.
Great read there to step into the middle and take that ball on a poach. Great shot.
So, a lot of people, if you're watching, you think, that was a high speed up. If you're Chris, you did that on purpose. Hide to Lucia's right shoulder. It's not an easy spot to counterattack.
What does that do going right shoulder?
We call it the chicken wing. Okay, so when you're counterattacking, it's so easy to hit a backhand. The problem is once you get to the right shoulder, right hip, you kind of feel jammed up. And that's exactly what happened on that speed up. Okay.
A really good spot there by Chris.
Switch the spot he sped up on. Wow, that's high level pickle.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he came from the same angle too on his backhand and put it in a different spot.
Okay, so I kind of asked the audience right now to, or the spectators, to watch the follow through. Now I want you to watch their feet. All right, see how good these high level people's footwork is.
What'd you see on that
behind
point?
Every ball.
Yeah, that to me is the biggest difference between where they're at versus somebody else's footwork.
I agree. So let's watch these next couple points, and I challenge you guys to see if they move their feet to get behind the ball or if they reach for these balls.
All right, let's see.
Oh, great point. Seen Sam super quick on the feet there. If you're spectating, you've definitely seen that. All right.
Just good
Hopefully
power
we
by
get a
Sam.
little bit longer of a point here, just so we can really see that come into play.
We'll get one. Smart shot there by Sam. Saw an opening down the middle and took it.
First miss from Lucia that I seen that stood out. Just a simple dink error.
Yeah, I mean, overall, though, she's been so solid. Just deep on the return. The Flint Tropics going to creep back into this. They've tied it, Lucas. You know that they don't want to end their regular season on a loss going into the playoffs as the 2nd seed, so they want this one bad.
Ooh, just hit the net. 16-15. Lucia up serving now.
Great reset there by Sam. Well, Lucas, there was your longer point, and I saw some phenomenal footwork, followed up by some great hands by yourself. Catch that ball.
Thank you.
Solid job. Shannon is so solid. Let's see if she can come away with it. Oh, Sam's too good down the middle.
Timeout. The Flint Tropics called a timeout.
Is he challenging?
Did Chris just challenge that? I couldn't see.
I thought he did, but it may have been a strategic challenge for a timeout.
Well, I think so because they were timing out anyways.
Let's see. Maybe he may have called or challenged his own in call. Let's take a look. Move your leg, Shannon.
Ooh, very close.
Yeah, that was closer than I thought it was.
It's a good challenge from Chris. We need a different angle.
I'm going to go with that ball was in. It looked like Sam was confident off of his paddle. He's got a pretty good eye.
I don't know if we can judge it by Sam's confidence level.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
Shh. No, but, you know, when you hit a shot, ball was in. Okay, confidence level with Sam's shot was right.
It almost
I do think it was in, though.
Yeah,
yes.
it almost seems like the guy who hits the shot has a better read on the ball than the person who would otherwise be returning it.
Yeah, but you have to be careful on the pro level. Example, Sam played somebody in the pro qualifiers. Won't say the name. Every single shot
you should for sure call them out on here.
No matter.
I'm just kidding.
No matter he made it or missed it, his face and his gestures told the ref he made it. So
right.
the ref was
it.
like, oh, shoot.
Yeah.
He sold it.
Yep. Smart pickle. Another really close one. What do you think, Lucas? Ball don't lie?
Yeah. The ball doesn't lie, right? And by no way are we encouraging lying. I'm just saying what I've seen these pros do. I don't do it.
No. I mean, usually people aren't making bad calls on purpose.
No.
Oh, my gosh. What a reset.
Oh,
the easy one. Are we seeking a hindrance call here?
Oh, Sam said there was a loud outburst during the rally.
I kind of felt it too a little bit, and I can see the ref kind of warning the bench for the Flint Tropics. No loud outbursts.
Was it the bench or was it someone behind the bench?
It's hard to say, but
yeah, it wasn't somebody on the bench. It was behind it, and it happened all because the Lansing Loons got a ball back that no one thought they would.
Right. People kind of assumed the point was over. great shot. Good placement there.
Yeah. That's one thing I see Lucia do that I don't see Shannon do is take the ball and speed it up out of the air. Caught Chris there.
Same with the out call
Yeah.
and the stare down at the same time. I love it. Let's see if they can finish this match. 2017. They do.
And they got
Great
it.
hands. Oh, and the point of the kiss by Sam. Intensity at a max there. The Loons looking really solid overall. Taking that one with dominance. Sam's hands just so quick. I mean, really impressed overall by everybody. Everybody played super great.
That's funny to see in the highlight. That is hilarious.
We'll start calling him Cupid. Oh, we have our first handshake here. What's so cool is all these players know each other so well. So all the smack talking is all in good fun.
Oh, of course. The most it will last is 30 seconds. 30 seconds and then you're over it.
All right, Lucas. We have the end of our regular season, which just concluded there. The Loons with their first win. Unfortunately, they are out of the playoff picture. Ann Arbor Arctics and Detroit Vipers flip-flopping from 3rd to 4th. Otherwise, the standings have stayed pretty consistent. Grand Rapids Rampage staying on top with the 1 seed. Flint Tropics with the 2 seed. It's going to be really exciting here coming June 21st.
Absolutely.
What is your prediction in terms of who takes this overall?
I think the Grand Rapids Rampage still stays at my number 1, my number 1 seed. I think they have the highest chance of winning. Then number 2, I would have the Ann Arbor Arctics with the second highest chance of taking it home. I just think Ian and Mariano have that power to beat anybody, right? And the girls on their team, Sarita and Renee, 100%. We've seen them play lights out many times. They have the power as well. So that's a team I have, at that second seed in my eyes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we see Sarita back in the mix there come June. Everybody who's had a replacement here has the replacement has done really well. So I think even if that's not the case, it's still going to be really competitive. I like the Flint Tropics. I think that they are so solid with their women's doubles. Chris and Matt are coming together. They bring the energy. Chris is such a good captain, so I'm going to go with the Flint Tropics.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, so we all have we left out the Detroit Vipers, which I think have a great chance of winning as well. It's just these other teams stand out to me as having that 1 and 2. Everybody here is a great team. Everybody can win, right? Unfortunately, Lansing Loons, I would have put them at a high chance of winning, but they didn't make it.
Yeah. I think if they had played the way that they played today, they may have been on top for the season.
The Flint Tropics are the number 2 seed, and the Lansing Loons went 4-0 against them. If that doesn't say something, then I don't know what does.
Let's talk about MVP overall, most valuable player in the league. What we may do, guys, is a player award, and we may talk about that a little bit. But Lucas, I'm curious to get your thoughts. Who is the most valuable player in the league in the regular season so far?
I would have to look at Rampage, right? And there's 4 incredible players. Monica and Downey did great. Downey is a close second, but I would put Connor Mogul as that number 1 MVP player of the Michigan Pickleball League. He's played lights out in my eyes, being that X factor in most games that we played. We've seen it here today. So Connor Mogul would be my MVP vote. I know you spectators definitely have some MVP votes. And what's yours?
Yeah, I would definitely love to hear from everybody. Give us your take in terms of who you've seen so far through all 3 weeks, who the most valuable player is. I'm going to go with Shannon for the Flint Tropics. I mean, the way that she came out in that singles showdown last week was super impressive. I think her women's doubles is just really second to none, and I like her game style. I think that she's come out, she's showed everybody what she has, and I'm excited to see what she does in the playoffs.
Okay.
All right, so in the championships, we are going to start out with the 2 versus 3 seed, which is going to be the Flint Tropics versus Ann Arbor Arctics.
Yes, that's a great matchup.
Yep. After that one concludes, we are going to come with the 1 versus 4 seed, the Grand Rapids Rampage, versus the Detroit Vipers. Okay. I'm going to go Grand Rapids Rampage there. I think we're going to end up with Grand Rapids Rampage versus Flint Tropics in the final.
Okay, same thing.
All right.
All right.
Yep. And for those watching at home, so you guys can tune in, that's going to start at 7 o'clock, the final, the championship, and the first ever season of the Michigan Pickleball League. Don't miss that. Tune in on YouTube. Maybe we'll have it on Selkirk TV as well. And we want to thank everybody again for tuning in, and we'll see you guys later. Thanks, Lucas.
See you guys later. Thanks for watching.
What's your duper?